Hello! Welcome everyone to D6, where I, RGM, bring together several friends from across the internet to play on a tabletop game show. I forgot my glasses.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, you did. Do you want to go get them real quick and start
over? No, it's good. So, before we go on into some announcements, before we get on into some quick announcements, first and foremost, I have some scheduling announcements to come up first. So this is our last episode for the year before the holiday break. We will be back in January, either the second week into January or the second to last week in January. We're currently figuring that out as we're scheduling along, but if you are looking to catch up on all of our D6 content, we do have playlists provided over on our homepage, as well as all of our audio podcast versions over on Spotify, Google Podcasts, and Apple Podcasts, respectively. And also, our Patreon is also being updated with all of our current content as well. So that does include every episode is released about a week early. That includes the podcast versions and the video format. And also, I want to say confidently, yes, the Blast Guard subclass is finally out. So, yeah. Look forward to all of that. And in the meantime, let's go ahead and give a shout out to our wonderful friends over at Amira Labs, because obviously they have been so wonderful. They gave me a cool free bottle of their TGM-7, which is the official resin that we have used to 3D print our miniatures with, and you'll be seeing them either today or a little bit or next session. We will see. But yes, TGM-7 is a highly flexible, high detailed resin that you can buy. There's a link down below, and hopefully if you do buy some of this, we get a bit of a kickback, and it helps continue to support the show along. So yeah, if you guys are willing to go check that out, it is Amira Labs right there, and there's a link down below for all of our platforms. That includes our podcasts as well. So yeah, go ahead and give that a good look. Also, for those of you who are watching the video version of this, I know I'm a bit sparkly tonight. I have no regrets. This was the shirt I chose, and it has little green bits on it. It is what it is. I didn't feel like changing. All right. That being said, speaking of support, I know I mentioned the Patreon a little bit earlier. Your support towards the Patreon helps make this show, and we are trying to get to some relatively notable goals, even though Patreon removed gold for whatever fucking reason. Your support helps us get to the goal of being able to start affording a video editor, so I have a bit more time for myself. I need an editor. I need somebody to help me make these. I'm far too busy, and I am spread a little bit thin. But your guys' support to help the show really, really matters. So please do go check out the Patreon. We're trying to get to $200, I believe, is our first major goal. So that way we can afford an editor to do this consistently as much as possible, and as well as throwing money at Blue for all the artwork that she continues to do, because she's amazing.
Meh. I'm glad I could help.
Speaking of the art, you're not going to see them on Twitter no more, so remember to follow us on Blue Sky to see all the artwork fully, because they're not going to be on Twitter.
Yes. Speaking of, we have made it quite clear that we are slowly abandoning Twitter as a social platform for D6. Much as it disappoints all of us, don't get me wrong, it's just for very obvious reasons we're not exactly comfortable with not just only with how it's being ran, it's also with this whole AI business that is just not great for us and how we do our job. Also, it's nearly impossible to promote anything on Twitter because algorithms and bullshit like that.
But Blue Sky's great.
Yeah. So if you want to catch all of our Blue Sky stuff, by all means, there is a link down below for all of our social media. So please do go check it out. And we will also hopefully, after this episode, we will be uploading TikToks again very soon.
I hope so.
Yeah, about 2 to 3 times a week, just to kind of like see where it all goes. But we're currently away from it for break because of trying to like get some backlog stuff. But yeah, all right. I think that's about everything. I've spoken enough. Now I'm going to speak some more. Let me see. I forgot my timer.
Your timer?
I believe you forgot your timer, Aaron.
I forgot my timer. There we go. All right. All right. So, that being said, I think it's time for us to get into today's session.
What?
D6. All right. So, where we had last left off, as our adventurers of the realms traverse to Elysium in order to figure out what has been causing its imbalance, find themselves along with awakened souls being purged by the very celestials tasked to protect them. And by doing so, you find yourselves amongst old friends and family, eventually finding that there is a magical device that could provide the capacity to draw upon divine magics, ambient or not, so that way Canis can regain his power to cast his spells. And by doing so, you find yourselves within the domain of the great innovator, the goddess of law and creation. After finding yourselves in what is known as the House of Memories and speaking with individuals either long past or with a construct with a concern for a lack of interest, you manage to cross through and make it into the vault of Erithus. And there you find the device known as Lux Eterna. As Canis puts on the harness, you all return back to the encampment of the awakened souls. But before that, there's one interaction that we didn't get to see last week.
Oh, that's right. I'm excited to see this one.
Arya. As you enter the House of Memories, you find yourself in what seemingly is the single-floor tavern, with a couple of seats by a fire, a note on a small table, a brewing stew, and what looks like to be a honey mead. A goblet full. This place is comforting, quiet. As you go to approach, you see as the letter states, to eat as you like and drink your fill.
Okay. Sorry, my connection cut out for a second.
Oh no, you're fine. It was my phone. The new update, I don't know where didn't know where the new Do Not Disturb was. Alright. As you grab some food, and as well as some wine. Tastes good, hearty. The wine itself is flavorful and bright. Before you hear as from the second floor of steps, you hear the descent of footfalls. As you go to look and you see a familiar figure. You see a woman. A human woman with palish skin and bright red hair. It is the figure of your mother.
Mom?
Hello, darling.
I've missed you so much.
As I've missed you. As you see, as she goes and approaches and she pours her own cup, she takes a seat. So, something troubles you.
That's putting it a bit lightly. Yes.
Well. I think right now would be a good moment to talk about that, then.
Everything's descending into chaos. My godhood was stolen from me. Even the 9 hells are crumbling.
And do you think that you're the only one that could stop all of that?
I've made new friends. They seem trustworthy, like I can rely on them. But I'm still scared.
Were you scared when you faced off against the Dragon Queen? Were you scared when you clashed with your nephew? Or with your, I guess, yes, nephew. Were you scared when you lost Stevenson? Were you scared when you nearly lost Braun?
I was. Even then.
Fear is a part of all of this. Having power often mitigates the feeling of fear. And there are those who control that very emotion, that feeling. But it's okay to be scared. It's okay to be in fear. Because if you aren't, then you make dumb decisions. Because if you aren't, you don't think clearly. There's a difference between terrified and irrational. But scared is good. Open your heart to it. And trust me, there is a million songs and stories where heroes have been scared. But they managed to overcome it. Because they're scared. They're brave. They're strong. And they shine above everyone else. Just like you.
You always knew how to make me feel better, Mom.
See, as she goes and just reaches out your hand. These people are going to be scared too. These friends that you come to trust, they're going to be terrified. And they're going to need a song and a story. Goddess or not. And much like many have before over these past 150 years, faith. Faith in you. No matter how many or how little, that is an unbreakable bond.
You're right. I'll do my best to inspire them.
I don't doubt that. As you see, as she kind of lets go of your hand a bit. I'm sorry I never got to see you afterwards. However, I think we both know who I'm with now.
I'm just so happy I could see you again
So
after
am
all
I.
this time.
See, as she kind of just puts her hand on your face, it's warm, it's real. Now then, let us not dwell too long in the past, as I'm sure you still have places to go in the future. Perhaps we will see each other again. Just depends on how far you're willing to go.
Yeah.
And she nods and she kind of pulls back. You can hear the click of a door far behind you. I'll see you around.
See you. Goodbye, Mom.
Bye. My beloved daughter. As you stare back at the door and then you go to look at her, she is gone from the chair. Send that song later.
Mwah.
Damn.
I love this song because it is called The Pulse of Affection.
Aw.
Aww.
Alright. Alex or everybody.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
as the night folds in the crystal cavern of the awakened souls.
Oof. I'm sorry to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Is it alright, before Nyx goes to sleep that they try something again?
Sure.
Okay. In the, privacy of their tent, just so they don't embarrass themselves, in front of the group, if things don't go as planned, they are going to attempt to do the ritual again to try to contact Fuchsia.
Okay.
What do I roll again?
Do you have the roller
I
up
believe
for
it
the
is
pixel die?
Intelligence save.
There it is. Okay.
With advantage because you know who you're contacting specifically.
Okay. And I will roll it with advantage. Make sure it's activated. Okay, that is a 16.
16. Alrighty.
Plus 5, that should be a
21.
21?
Nice.
21?
I have proficiency in intelligence.
Yeah.
So-
Your dice were
Okay.
just mean to you last time.
Yeah. I was like so fucking salty.
No, the dice was sitting there just like, you know what would be funny?
Let's make you dumb.
Yeah. I was so embarrassed that I was like holding everyone back.
Nah, dude, you're good. You didn't hold anyone back.
We
Alright.
all got our funny bad rolls.
Uh,
You gotta have them.
okay.
And then Connor screwed up the DM by going mind blank.
Yeah.
Surprise, Pikachu.
Alright. As your mind crosses the border, as you begin to seek out Fuchsia and this soul, as your body almost slips through the ground and you find yourself in the Ethereum before you are whisked through the lights of the astral, the abyss, through realms and beyond. You pass through the prime material plane for just a moment as you see this world is changing in a way that the landmass has actually changed. And as you pass through, you find yourself in the Fey realm. Currently sitting within the city that you have seen before, this Sealy Kingdom, currently in its own turmoil, but see as her along with a few other individuals along with them before the faint fuchsia eyes brighten up, before The head turns. Hello, love?
The echo, which is basically fuchsia in their draconic state, like the tail wags in the familiar Nyx way.
Aww.
There's not much time. You must ask me what you must ask me, or else the connection will break.
Right. Okay. Like, I can already see that they're in the Fey realm. Correct?
And they're all okay, allegedly.
Is everyone who traveled with you okay?
Yes and no. To put it very clearly, myself, the king's son, Rudy, are all fine. However, the king's wife, Dagax, and Arthur are within the Unseelie Kingdom, invited by the bitch herself. So I do not know the full status of the other three, but we, here within the Seelie Kingdom, are fine as far as I can care to be aware of.
Do you have any means of getting out of the Fey realm?
Currently, maybe. I left behind many of my useful materials in order to traverse through one plane or the next. However, I am thoroughly of belief that the king's son might have a way out. I have yet to see what he is truly capable of. He's a bit of a blithering idiot.
I am currently with Citra, the king, Arya, Winry, and Dr. Salazar. Who should I trust amongst this group? Because Fuchsia knows Nyx is like, they have a hard time initially trusting people.
I would trust Winry. I would trust Citra, given Eloise has spoken of her quite highly. I'm not too familiar with the goddess or the king. However, my senses would tell me that at least the king might have a bit more honor to him if it wasn't so uppity about things. As for Dr. Salazar, that's a bit difficult. Alois trusted him, but me, I can't trust him as far as I can breathe at him, and that's pretty far.
The fuck?
So much shit talking on Salazar between these two episodes.
What did I do?
Exist. That's what you did.
Be more trustworthy.
Fuchsia is Fuchsia. Her experience with you is
As Roy put it, she's kind of a bitch.
not positive, not negative, just I don't know you enough to trust you.
I didn't know Fuchsia knew about Citra.
She knows about Citra through Alois and spoke
Fair.
positively.
Yeah, she would only really know when through, like, cotton, so.
Just offended.
However, in my more formative years, I do believe at least the goddess has defeated the Dragon Queen, so if you're looking for goody-goodiness, then there you go.
So essentially everyone with horns.
Okay. I'm not sure about my. Yeah, I'm not sure about my other two questions. Actually, a good question, so she can tell me what she would want to know from me because of how this spell works. Is like, what would you like me to reveal to you in my last and final question about circumstances with me and our group?
I would like to know where you are and if you are safe. And what it is that you might know to where I can find you.
We can speak about Elysium, just not Centauri.
Right. And Nyx is trying to find a way to say that we won't be here for long, but we have a safe haven to go to without it being, like, without
naming
revealing it. Yeah, because, like...
Well, Centauri is a hub world, so you can use that spin.
Kind of. It's tricky because with deities and stuff, they have pretty strict rules with that kind of stuff.
It's not the Fae thing where you can find loopholes so much.
Yeah. And Nyx wants to respect the Star Lady.
Yeah, she's cool.
Stellaris is cool.
Nyx pauses for a moment before answering that we are currently in Elysium, correct?
Elysium, yep.
Yes.
Elysium, okay. We're currently in Elysium, finding a way to grant those who rely on gods to gain powers again, and also see about a problem that the Celestials are having with a form of disease or corruption. Unsure. Currently safe. However, we will not be in this realm forever. We are only temporarily here before we return to a previous
location.
A previous what was the word?
A hub world or realm?
Yeah.
Safe
realm.
haven?
Safe haven. Safe haven. That's the word that I was looking for.
That we agreed to never speak of currently for safety reasons.
Yeah. And I think Fuchsia would understand, like, Nyx would tell them everything if they could. So that probably will be a hint on its own.
Well then, with at least that level of information, I can kind of gather what I need to do next. Make sure to keep checking in with me. I have a plan to at least try and get us out of this fiasco. However, I would prefer to at least try and find the Witch Queen first, if she's around.
She kind of left us to our own devices, and yeah. She said she had to put out fires in other places.
Yeah. Thus is the duties, I suppose. As you begin to hear that there is a slight falter in the voice. I'm beginning to feel the magic wane. Stay safe, my love.
You too, my heart.
Aww.
In what is this warm breath, you are then almost grabbed by the back and then just pulled through all the realms as you are forced back into your body, and your mind reconnects and you take a breath.
Sounds like you astral projected.
Probably in a form, yeah.
But you did it! Congrats!
Yay!
And you didn't go insane.
Imagine the next morning. Where's Nix? Oh.
Nah, it's if you take a long rest, it goes away, which is why I was like, okay, that's why I'm like doing it now before the next morning, as opposed to in the morning like I did last time.
Fair.
Yeah.
Okay. I have information to give people later. I feel like I shouldn't disturb anybody. after hearing like the little bit of the raised voices from earlier.
Nah, go right ahead. Go,
Did we
go
hear
knock
that?
on Salazar's tent.
That's my question. Did everyone else hear that? It is a tent. They're
Unless
not
it is a
exactly
very
soundproof.
Unless it's a very well insulated magic tent.
Listen, even a yurt you can hear things, okay?
Teehee. Yes, okay. I did what I needed to do.
Okay. Alright. So as each and every one of you begins to go to take a rest, as your minds go and slip into the Ethereum, and as dreams begin to take Nix. I know we just had a big thing. I know we just had a big thing, but there's no way to really avoid this one.
It's all good.
Yeah. As your mind slips into the night, you hear a strange beckon, a calling, as you begin to hear a voice.
Just curious if it's Fuchsia somehow again.
Joining the Hearing Voices group. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
You hear... There you are.
It's like ears pinned back immediately.
So you find yourself within this strange liminal world, and as it begins to constitute around you, you see what looks like these beautiful castle walls and hallways.
Uh-oh.
And you see kind of just down a hall, a figure passing just the corner.
Is it trying to say to follow them in the stream? In this dream state, Nyx's paranoia still has that kind of edge to it. And so, out of habit, even in dream state, they would try to use one of their invisibility abilities to try to hide and follow. Just as a force of habit.
Okay. As you begin to follow, you find yourself walking among the top balcony of a familiar space that you were in not too long ago. You stare down at what looks like to be this court. That of the Adamantine Bastion.
I fucking knew it. Bad voice! Bad voice!
Nyx is spying in the dreams! Hell yeah.
Before you can just hear the voice just over your shoulder. There you are.
Slap!
Immediately tries to turn around.
And there, as you look, you see the bright red eyes, the golden hair, just lightly cloaked over. Almost as if this being contained by this tapestry. You are quite familiar. See, as the hand goes and raises it up towards your face.
Leans back because stranger danger hand, but it's just like,
Nope.
I have no intention of harming you.
I mean, tried to the last time we met.
And yet, I found you the most interesting out of all of them.
See what happens when you speak up, Nix.
Nix's ears still pinned back, but they're also like, how so? And they're not sure if, like, they're really confused. Flattered, confused, but very confused.
You beckon familiarity to a memory that I don't believe I had before. And yet, I feel this draw.
Nyx is recalling the testimony of Modius being, like, taken by Roya, correct?
Yes.
Nyx's mind flashes to that, and, like, they kind of feel small again, like they're in that cage again, and it's just like, oh no. Is this a good experience of familiarity or a negative one?
Good. Bordering on fascination.
Interesting.
There is an appeal to you. Even though you are made and bred with the blood of the moon. I just can't help it.
You.
That's very charming of you. Maybe we can sit down and talk a while.
Under one particular circumstance.
What'd that be?
We dare not to speak of either plans against each other. You ask me no questions of what I intend for Canis, as I'm sure that you are with him. And you ask me of nothing of what I intend for him.
And in turn, you ask me not of what me and my group are doing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I can keep to those conditions. Not that I was going to tell you much anyway.
I fear such a task will be difficult ere long.
How so? Or is that part of the taboo line of questioning?
I am sure you have many questions about me.
I do. I don't know you as well as the others, apparently. And I've been told many interesting things.
They've all had their own particular experience, I'm sure. But it's hard to have an unbiased opinion when you've made enemies of those who have taken so much from you already.
I can relate a little bit. I'd like to hear from your perspective.
My kingdom, this kingdom, he points down towards this throne, was a gift and a responsibility. And then I was betrayed. People that I had trusted, people I had banished, and gods I put faith into, entirely abandoned all of it. Either out of fear or out of something else that I do not know of. But I do believe it was fear. The last thing I could have done was save my people. And I trapped them away due to my lack of experience. When I awoke, when I was free from this prison I had created to keep us alive, to survive, I turned to provide my people with the certainty of steel. And I began to desire recompense from the gods after they had so gladly decided to give it all to a being so inferior. Like I was simply forgotten, abandoned. And yet so recklessly I decided to do it all myself. I did not draw upon my allies, did not draw upon those who I had considered once friends. I did not draw upon those with this world because I hated it so greatly that it cost me victory. So now, unshattered, unchained, and untethered, I am the last living god in Erzheimel. Also, I can complete my task and return Lumeria to its rightful place in the world.
Will it cost many lives?
Everything always does. It is the nature of war. There are those whom you must step over in order to assure a future. Whether they dead or alive.
I suppose you're right about that part, but sadly I believe I stand on the other side of that. There's a few things I want to keep intact. I'm bound to this star in some way, shape, or form. Probably not its people exactly, but I keep being told that I should care more about the people. I'm still up for debate about that.
And what of you? I've told you much of what my story is. You yet to tell me yours.
For being honest, I suppose I could reveal a few extra tricks. You were
I
very...
do not want tricks. I want truth.
Exactly. Just know that this is a very rare occasion. So. And Nyx relaxes a little bit, and including their form. Not entirely, but enough. Losing the rags and stuff like that. Not their full, true changeling form, but I was born amongst a very poor family, without realizing or knowing that I had a heritage or a bloodline that was deemed important. My family was hunted down and killed for it by some humans that believed that they deserved more and wanted nothing to be a loose end or to get into their way, despite our family being peaceful and me being a doctor, care of nature and care of people at the time, until I realized how cruel people could become just from desire of power. My sister ended up dying, trying to save any research that I had that was supposed to help cure people. And then my mother died because I lacked a cure. And then my father died because he lacked the love of his life. So one by one, they all perished just because of one family desiring power and wanting no loose ends. I became bitter and cruel. I decided to make sure that I could do anything in my own power to defend and save myself and kill those whoever got in my way. Then I fell in love. My first love in a very, very, very long time. And yet, they opened a wound inside of me when I realized they were a part of that family of betrayers, that family, that cruel family. And I killed him too. I killed him in his sleep, despite him being the kindest of the family. And it broke me. And so I traveled wearing his face, thinking that he would be better in this world than myself until the Fae Queen took that form from me and returned me to my mental broken state of guilt and grief. My head barely being held above water by the people who supported me until I was finally able to stand on my own 2 feet again. My journey, my path, led me to understanding the world a little bit more, mostly the nature, the Fae realm, the gloom trees, the world trees. And Nyx looks at their hands. I decided to allow myself to gain power, but not for myself, but for others, in a sense. Mostly Star, the world trees. I wanted to protect them from the cruelty of people. So I became attached to it. Part of them. So you can kind of see why I kind of don't want the star to get destroyed.
Neither do I. That which hangs over the star risks to come down and provide us all with oblivion. I intend to stop it. However, deep down there is very little to stop me from acquiring what it is that I need.
Tread carefully. I don't want you to break your own taboo. If it is going to do that, Your Majesty.
At first, I thought you more than mere fascination, but I see you are above most mongrels.
Oh, how nice.
Nyx kind of shrugs. I don't know. Doesn't feel that way sometimes, but also, if they see me as such, then, well, I'd be able to sneak up on them, catch them off guard. If they underestimate me, it's on them.
You don't bother with morals, which is something that I appreciate. You do what must be done. You allow your instincts to decide. I would hope that you intend to hold yourself true to that. However, I get the feeling that you are to awaken soon, so this dream will end.
See. Any final words, Your Majesty? Before I go?
I hope that you return. There are still many questions left unanswered.
And let's hope we can continue our conversation.
You see as he just bows his head under the hood and just walks past you as you feel as you disconnect. That binding that draws you to the dream separates. You find yourself awaking within the crystal cavern.
Bluetooth disconnected.
Shaking. Just like, oh my god.
Bad vibes, bad vibes!
Give Nyx a little bit of time to explain her backstory a bit.
Yeah.
Alright.
To the bad
that.
guy?
Yeah.
And Nyx finds out more about him, which everyone else knows more about him than Nyx does, so.
Teacher don't know shit.
As the day begins, you see as several of the awakened souls beginning to kind of go over the daily necessities as Sav is clinging away at his forge, creating everyone's weapons, and getting ready in ever the case a fight may come their way. As a lot of you convene to converse on what the next step of the plan might be.
Did Citra actually sleep, or does she still have bags under her eyes?
She got some sleep.
Okay.
As all of you are beckoned to speak with Asimov and Isilia.
How are the suspenders treating you? The
They
belt
seem to be fitting well enough.
and your magic?
Haven't tried that out yet.
Give a cantrip a shot, see if you got something.
Going to just poke Citra in the forehead and cast guidance.
Pink.
And Citra, you get guidance.
It worked.
Seems to be there.
You must be feeling much better now.
Yes.
See as Asimov kind of just standing at the table. Right. Well then. Now that we managed to recollect some level of a level playing field, should talk about the next step. For Isilia goes to approach and kind of points out towards the map. Our biggest concern right now is dealing with a lot of the Celestials coming from the Crystal Tower. If we manage to assault them on the forthright, we will end up getting ourselves decimated by their forces outright. So, we're going to need to try and create a battle plan in order to draw as many of them out, so that way the lot of you can go and see whatever it is that you need to in order to eliminate whatever threat is present there.
Yep. 'Cause, of course, all of it's in the tower.
Well, come on, I want to
Any
hear some
advice, Mr.
opinions.
I'm not exactly a strategist, so I'm not sure if I would be much help.
Not much to add. Besides, do you have any advice as we march off to our possible death?
Not really. I mean, for my God's sakes, we've kind of been flying at the seat of our proverbial pants. In case you might not have noticed, this has been more of a task of survival instead of trying to figure out what's wrong.
Well, we know necromantic magic doesn't seem to work against them, and they are still resistant to some radiant. But there's no curing it. I even tried touching it, and it tried to infect me.
Oh, perhaps we should try to look into ways of curing such an ailment.
Well, normal magic didn't seem to work on it.
Well, perhaps we haven't experimented with all forms of magic.
Yeah, it was just layman's terms. She tried lesser restoration. That certainly didn't work.
Oh, yes.
Do we have an example of an afflicted creature?
Or can we fetch one quickly?
I'm sure that we could probably draw one out in the middle of the fields if we managed it, but I can assure you it would be a very arduous task.
I mean, if you need me to be a giant, bright, shiny thing to attract them, I can do that.
We also have the construct back at the temple.
Yeah, that was
had some of the samples.
Yeah, I mean, if we can go back there real quick, we might be able to grab that and bring it over.
Not the whole thing, obviously.
No, not the whole thing, but I mean, like, a piece of it. It'd be a little hard bringing that whole thing, especially into this space.
As Asimov looks towards you, Salazar, you need it alive, or do you prefer it dead?
Alive would probably be better, but I can work with dead.
I'm sure that we can at least task ourselves with dead. There might be some of the bodies still back from the ones you defeated when you came. I'll have a small contingent go and collect them.
Just tell them not to touch it directly.
I think they mean for us to go collect it.
Yeah.
No.
Oh?
No,
I will have a
contingent.
I will send the contingent. In the meantime, I would prefer that all of you stay here as long as possible. Any risks is an unnecessary one.
Agreed.
In the meantime, then what else do we do?
We need to go over any information that we do have, of course, and just double check. Is there any way of sneaking in? Any other way?
I'm still trying to wait on back from Braun's little mission. The king is vested interest in hoping that he might be able to find something within the mountains.
Yeah. Well, question. This underground space, is it just a whole bunch of tunnels just all over the place in Elysium? You think maybe that might be something closer to the castle, too?
No, it is a cavern. There is an actual end, and that end is where Sova is right now.
Mm. Well, I hoped, but I guess not.
We could also continue to await for the return of Mencine. She might be able to give us a few more clues as to what's going on within the Crystal Tower.
Would Cedra be able to help Sov, considering that she did a lot of the blacksmithing in Black Archives?
She certainly is welcome to.
Yeah. Okay. So she just kind of paused. Was like, I can help Sov with making the weapons, so it's not just him. I did make my own and my friend's weapons, and she'll point at the staff.
It'll be useful. Given the proper hands then.
Okay. And then off she skips.
As for those with a bit more of a particular attunement to magic, we need to start figuring out a way to remove this corruption. The Celestials are important to this realm. It is how it is maintained.
Well, I have a few that I can try. A few types of spells.
You don't want to disrupt the ecosystem of the realm.
Alright. Do you happen to fall upon any particular records while you were within the Great Innovator's domain?
Did we?
Well, I did find this, and Wenry will reach into her bag and carefully feel around for that thin middle sheet that she rolled up.
Yeah. As you kind of pull it out and you kind of uncurl it as you see it is the blueprint for the processing of a particular spell.
It looked like something that was nearly complete, but it may be missing some components.
It is a bit of a cross between a celestial and primordial kinds of magic. A celestial language and a primordial language. Canis.
Yeah.
You probably have the easiest time to read this while Citra is away.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
As you begin to kind of piece together that there is this design for a greater and a lesser kind of spell, something that is capable of driving out an apparition that has clung to a host.
Well,
There's quite a bit of detail. It doesn't require any components, but it does have a necessity to kind of be that which leans into resonation, probably somewhere close to a resonation with divine magics or a resonation with bardic magics. It's a relatively interesting spell, and if given enough research, pretty much those who would care to learn it might be able to.
Is there anything that I can't decipher because I don't know primordial, or is all of the relevant detail in celestial?
All the relevant details are in celestial. There are probably a few warning blocks that are in primordial, but it probably tells for the most part that this is a very particular pair of spells that was being designed to hopefully be released into Erdseheimel through, some innovative mage through a dream of some sort. But it would take a little bit of studying and deciphering, putting pen to paper.
Well, not exactly the researching type. However, this doesn't look to be a means to cure this affliction that we're currently with.
I actually was part of a researching university and all that jazz. I may not completely understand the language, but I can help you with the processes.
That would be quite useful, yes.
Oh boy, I'll get my pens and paper.
Well then, we'll leave this to the two of you then. And the head kind of turns towards Salazar, Nyx, and Arya. We will procure the bodies for you. See what we might be able to do. If we manage to come across anything alive, we will attempt to tame it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See as Icelia kind of leans over and just... Well then, whilst we're all sitting around and waiting, Grandmother, how about we actually have a conversation about our frustrations with our family?
Oh boy.
Well, yes, I suppose that is in order.
You see as Asimov kind of just rolls his eyes a bit. Obviously, it's hard to tell because his eyes are much like Arya's. Alright, well then. With that said, everyone dismissed.
Okay. No eavesdropping on this conversation, I suppose, Doctor.
Doctor.
if she's referring to Salazar.
Winter's
sorry,
probably gone off to
eavesdropping?
try to find a high chair or something.
I was making a joke, a jest.
I see.
It's lost on him.
I'll be clearer next time.
Do that.
It's like
The two-word king.
No. Does Nyx actually still look nervous?
yeah, they have a little bit of a shake to them, like when they woke up in the morning. Like they're just like, okay, I gotta compose myself real quick before I start meeting all these like people again. Holy shit, so much information.
All right. Well, then, as all of you disperse amongst throughout the camp, Citra,
Heh.
as you make your way out towards the back of the Crystal Cavern, and you can see straight away as Sav is forging metal into the shape of proper weapons, and this time they look much more immaculate and far stronger than what was whatever pultured material was being used before.
Yeah, she'll tap her staff on the ground because it makes a pretty interesting ringing sound with the way it's made, just to get his attention, so not to like make him hurt himself while working. Well, I had to make my own weapon. Do you want an extra pair of hands?
I would always love an extra pair of hands. Come.
Yeah, and she'll put her staff and her scarf up and whatnot.
As you see, he kind of just makes way for the anvil as he goes to heat some metal. Your friends are definitely very interesting.
They are, but I have faith in them. You have questions, don't you?
I always have questions, but especially for you.
I had a feeling.
You are not well, are you?
No. A lot happened after we were separated. Obviously, you know, Eloise is gone. And of course, I don't know if you went through the same thing we did back at grandmother's vault. I'm not sure if it's the same for you. But it seemed to me like it was trying to address my current problems. Can we pause for 1 second? He is crying and he just wants to leave the room. Give me 1 second.
Oh, yeah.
It's just a squeaking in my ear. Give me 1 second.
I was wondering what that was.
It's little lo-fi. It's cutie.
Oh, he's a squeaky boy.
Okay.
Pet that rat.
Sorry
so
about
much.
that, everybody and audience. He just, all he hears over my headset.
Yeah.
Anyways. I have generally been faithful and hopeful a lot, even to a fault. And it frustrated a lot of people, but it was my strong suit. But what happened in the moon, it left a lasting feeling. And being rather honest, I'm okay now, but I did die up there. And she's just looking down at the giant mark on her front, which is matched on the back. And it was a lot. It was scary. We were facing off against Cowrel as taking on the face of Orcus. And my friends had disappeared into the abyss below, and it was just me and him. He hit me pretty hard. And the next thing I knew, I was waking up to a little hummingbird, and Leodon had brought me back. We defeated him, but at a pretty high cost, which again was Alois. He was doing everything he can to get us through that portal, but it was falling apart.
So he chose you.
Yeah. It left me feeling rather awful about it. So of course, the vision I get to see in that room was him. Cryptic even as a memory. It shook my hope. It did. I didn't see anything when I died. It was just dark. And then,
It's probably because you were out of any of the gods' domain.
yeah. It was the Citadel, so... Not even the comfort of the Raven Queen. I've been trying, but this year after that had been really rough. I don't sleep very well, though Dagix, for all the help, he's able to kind of center me a bit, but now he's gone again. And it's hard, because my brain keeps trying to go back to that moment over and over again. And I'm afraid I'm going to do the same thing to this group.
But Citra, it hasn't, has it?
No.
I am unfamiliar with much of how to construct one's mind, given our relationship.
Yeah.
But when I was within you, I had often tried to protect the memory of one terrible thing after another. I felt like I needed to protect you. And now that I am not there, I am incapable of doing so.
Yeah. Kinda had to relearn a lot of things.
So, as you see, is like you hear the faint tapping of the hammer on the
Yeah,
anvil.
I imagine they're working along with it, just letting the work kind of focus them as they talk.
You have an extreme level of focus that cannot ever be denied. I think that focus, now that you are facing conflict again, you are not... You're not in survival, you're in battle. You're not trying to... You're not trying to survive the dreams anymore. You're not trying to sleep in a battlefield. You're trying to... You're trying to balance. I have never experienced what you have experienced, obviously. It has been my task to constantly protect you from those things, but... Now I think is the time to ask the more sincere question. Do you want to be in the fight? And not because you think of whether or not you have a choice. You do have a choice.
I know I do. Even though how we wound up like this wasn't exactly a choice, it was kind of a life or death situation.
But you can choose to walk away.
But I don't want to.
I think that's the reason why you haven't had a nightmare.
Yeah. Being back home for a year, it just... Even in my waking hours, if I idled too long, it would just come back.
Then I think it is about time that you begin to remember what it is you're fighting for. Not for the sake of a star, not for glory or gold, not for a chance at freedom. But know what it is that you are fighting for. That is how I've been able to sleep soundly lately.
She thinks on it for a minute. She knows, besides, gotta save the star and all that, but it's those that she cares about that she wants to fight. Because it's not just going to affect one or the other, it affects everybody. And that includes the people she cares about. And even in other reflections, so it would also affect Sav, another that she cares about. She's just kind of, as she's helping him along, I know why I'm doing this. I never lost that. I was scared, and I'm still scared that I'm not enough.
As you see, as he kind of just puts the hammer down and looks back at the giant field of heroes and kings and warriors, people that have long since passed over thousands and thousands of years. All of them have that exact same feeling. They all went to look for a meaning, to feel like that they were enough. Our stories are different, Citra. Could not be any further than the truth. Oh.
And Citra fell over.
Watch the hammers. But remember, you are much more than enough. You will survive. And if you find yourself in that dream again, there is more than just Dagex that can help you.
In what way are you talking about? It's a little personal, and again, I really don't know anybody in this group outside of Salazar, and at most, I believe he just tolerates my existence, so... But I think that's a good thing as far as he goes.
Then do not bottle up this past inside. It might be personal, but it is also a liability if you are incapable of telling those around you the risks.
Fair enough. I think it's also just... I got so used to it with Leodon and Dante that now it's just new people. It's like starting over and it's a little awkward, you know?
New will always be scary.
Yeah.
But
I miss them.
as you see, as finally striking and finishing another blade, I think it is important to remember that you need to have faith. It sounds like you're well on your path to regaining yours. So have faith in them.
I do. I don't know them, but I don't know. I just get the strange feeling that they're more than capable.
I bet. As you see, as he goes to point at some of the tools, as you go to hand it to him, as this private conversation slowly continues on, as Canis and Winry, the two of you kind of sit there amongst over this scroll, going back and forth of translating as well as constructing the arcane design of the blueprints for these spells.
While Winry is doing whatever scribbling she can to make it nice and legible, she probably will goof up a few times. She's like, no, that symbol's not right. No, that's gonna be this. Canis, can you read that to me again? I'm sorry.
Ah, yes, of course.
Inoctum veru.
I just wish Celestial was one of the optional languages to learn at home, but sadly no.
It's rather, unique in where it's used.
Oh, trust me, Giant is the same way. You have to speak, like, from your stomach to make that thing loud enough.
Similar to Dragon.
Oh, you speak Draconic too?
I do. And that's more in the back of the throat, and it gets strange when speaking that one.
Yeah, you have to make sure the enunciations are correct, otherwise you could say something very offensive very quickly.
Last thing you want to do is offending a dragon, that's for sure.
Can concur.
A memory strikes you, Canis, as you remember trying to teach Ellen Draconic at such a young age.
My favorite idiot son.
Ellen, not Talion.
Alright, that's Talon. My daughter.
Your son learned it very quickly and easily. He's the more bookie smart.
You fucking nerd. My idiot nerd. I miss my children.
I don't have any kids myself, so I can't say that, but I certainly miss my family. My two brothers are probably just being total knuckleheads again. If I know them, they're probably trying to tame a Quetzalcoatlus or something.
The term Quetzalcoatl pops up to you. You are aware that dinosaurs exist, but not in Earthseheimel?
Would that be a knowledge religion check to know what a Quetzalcoatl is?
It is more of a history check. You've seen dinosaurs before, but not in Earthseheimel. You've seen them in the Beastlands.
Why does the spell make mention of a Quetzalcoatlus?
Oh, no, it's not the spell. It's me. My brothers. They're pretty knuckleheaded. They'd probably mess with any number of the dinosaurs on the island.
You come from an island with dinosaurs?
Yeah. I come from the Quackanada people. We kind of isolated ourselves a long time ago, with the help of our, I suppose leader is the right word. Patron? Mumgrir, the bronze dragon. Anyway, he helped to keep my people isolated and safe on this secret island, which is really not on the map. It wasn't until a little over a year ago, 2 years? Yeah, about 2 years now, that Alois Azure came to my island, and I went on this crazy adventure. I even got a ship out of it. I miss the Nightwish. Of course, now it's something else, and I hope Rolay's taking good care of it.
Meanwhile...
Oh, we'll get to him.
I really hope he's also taking care of Hornsby. Hornsby is just a smaller pterosaur. He's my pet. I miss that little guy so much.
Just always perched on his horn now.
Sharing space with Mobius.
I'm sure your friend is doing quite fine.
Oh, it's Rolay. I know he'll be fine. He's smarter than the average satyr.
You've come from quite an interesting place, that's for sure.
Ooh, the stories I could. And I might tell you
summoned
later.
a kaiju.
Kaiju.
One key thing, just... My island was a secret place for a good long while, and my people, we were so isolated that a lot of us just decided, hey, we'll just stay on the island forever. Nobody will want to adventure. I'm the first one to leave the island in... Oh, I don't know how long.
Winry is thinking deeply on this now, just like, how long has it been since her people were isolated?
Given that metallic dragons live for thousands of years, it's probably been close to around 3.5 to 4,000 years.
I do know that Sav knew my people before they isolated themselves, though, so... At least I know to go to Excelsium at some point, see if I can find some history there.
If it's been that long, then I'm sure if you're going to find that very easily.
True, the odds are slim, but honestly, the crazy stuff I have found? I mean, I did find Mumgrir's treasure trove. Got a whole bunch of goodies for myself and my team. It's a whole mess of things. I'll sit down and probably tell you guys the whole thing later. But for right now, let's back to the scroll. Back to the scroll.
Right.
How do you pronounce that one right there? That word?
Oh, that one?
Noctium Vartu.
Winry will stumble in trying to follow along and probably just head.
It's Leviosa.
Leviosa. God, don't even we just started last night. As you guys get relatively close to cracking the code for this spell, conversation shifts over to Arya and Isilia, as the two are kind of just sitting amongst a warm flame, as well as a couple of cool drinks in hand. So, right from the outset, I will say, you had really set the standard for how our family was supposed to work and all that. However, I will say it wasn't all that bad.
I would hope not.
Clara, your mother, she was a piece of work. I will say that.
That sounds like my Clara.
Well, when grandfather passed, and very little did I get to know him, I'm sure that all the love, care, and affection was verily gived, no doubt, and he's expressed that more than enough now that I've been here. However, Clara was... I think she knew that she wasn't destined to be queen. When grandfather passed, she became stressed, distraught, and a little distant. Then, as soon as I became of age, she immediately pushed all that responsibility right onto me, and then decided to spend all the love and affection right onto Tiffany. And I will admit it was a very uncomfortable relationship with Mother. However, I've kind of gathered that she didn't not love me. She just didn't know how to do it right the first time.
It's not easy to be a parent. And so, I hope that you can forgive her.
There are times where I really want to. I wonder if I was enough. 'Cause when I took over Vale, and when, kind of points towards Asimov, when he gave me the workshop, and I just was piled with one thing after another. And the fact that she couldn't make it to a coronation, she couldn't watch me take my rights, she held Tiffany's hand more than mine.
That must have been so difficult. But, as your grandmother, I never want you to doubt that you are enough, and you always were enough.
I appreciate that. I genuinely do. Many, many times have I assured a sizable donation towards the college, especially in Vale. Making sure that your story is told everywhere.
It's quite the honor.
It was just as much as grandfather's legacy as it was yours and mine. So, I do wonder if I was enough, and obviously, but there's also a part of me that makes me believe that she knew that she couldn't handle it. And so she felt shame. Shame that she had to put it all on a young woman who had very little to do with growing up Every day was a lesson, every day was training, every day was needing to be a queen, every day was needing to be the one to pass the legacy of the House of Hope. However, I will say, at least with Tiffany, we managed to at least reconcile some of our differences over the years, especially as I got older. And quite luckily, I am glad that I managed to come here and look like my prime. I was old and withering. But she gave 2 wonderful children to the kingdom.
That I can tell she did.
Your son, Belle, I can see a lot of him in you as well. And a lot of him is also what I can imagine with grandfather. Harper. Harper is just a spitting image of you. Our family, it survived. And I died a queen. The smile on my face, and blood being spat at my enemies. I don't think I would have wanted it any other way. My family protected, my people alive, and the kingdom secured. So, whether or not I was good enough as a daughter never mattered, I suppose, at the end of the day.
Estelia. For all of my daughter's shortcomings, I hope you know that I am proud of you, who you were, and who you've become. I'm very proud of you.
I appreciate that. Whilst we never got to meet in life, I'm very happy that at least I got to meet you at all.
As am I.
And a thought now comes to mind, as I'm sure that you'll be chasing back your godhood.
Yes.
Do you really want to be chained back upon that mountain again?
That's a very difficult question. I would like to be able to still see my family. But those who looked to me for guidance, prayed to me. The many bards who modeled themselves after me. I don't very well want to turn my backs on them either. So I don't know.
Having ruled, I think that was often a question I have debated on. Do I go back and try and live a life that I never got to live? Or do I prioritize legacy and people? My throne, my kingdom? Because I cannot have very well left them unprotected. I think that if there is anyone that can try and figure out how to do both, it might just be you.
Well, let's hope that you're right. That you're right.
It's in our name.
What do we have if not hope?
You, without a doubt, far too correct. As you see, as she leans back and kind of stares amongst the rest of the crowd, and see as the scene moves, as we find ourselves amongst the doctors, currently, as you hear the faint clattering of soldiers and individuals kind of dragging bodies into the cave, as two of you are met with what looks like to be a very unalive celestial with what looks like to be this blackened ichor that is beginning to crawl up on the face even further as it kind of comes out of the mouth and out of the wounds that you had initially given it.
Do we have a table to work this on?
Of course.
I could probably find one.
Please lead the way to the table.
As you find yourselves on what looks like to be this massive round stone slab of about at height for the both of you that is well enough to use the same means to work with this cadaver.
In a blink, or while Salazar's back is turned, Nyx changes their clothing to have gloves and a little bit more doctory.
Yeah.
Salazar, I think, would just raise an eyebrow. He's on one hand, he is always wearing like surgical gloves, but the other one is just skeletal.
Yeah, but it's not that they're changing clothes; it's that their clothes changed.
Like Dante.
The clothes shifted from rags into actual like surgical gloves.
I think he notices it and doesn't hide that he notices it, but he doesn't really say anything about it. Deimos and Hypnos wordlessly put a surgical glove over Salazar's skeletal hand.
Helpful assistance. Very helpful assistance you have there.
They're helpful because they perfectly execute any order I give them. They're also much cleaner than the skeletons I used to use for this.
Yeah, I remember using cadavers in the past.
It's not exactly a sanitary form of assistant, but...
Not unless you bleach the bones.
And that weakens the constitution of them.
Exactly.
Holy shit, these two get along.
They have the same occupation.
Doctor?
They have the
Oh, I
same
love this conversation. Go.
They have the
Have
same
your time.
disposition.
So, where would you like to start? I'll follow
Do we
your lead.
do we have a sample of this corruption material?
It is currently slowly trying to crawl its way out of its mouth.
You did know that Seacher tried to touch this thing, and it immediately tried to grab onto her, so, like, careful.
Hands him, tongs.
Tongs. Clap, clap.
Forceps.
Nyx is holding the vial.
Yeah, I think I will begin by casting Detect Magic on this thing.
That's a great question. I mean, as far as magic goes, I'm not sure if the ability of this thing is considered magic.
That's fine, even if it's not.
Yeah.
Could I, just to basically knock out, like, some of the list of things, basically help us cross out some things of what it possibly could be. Could I do a nature check to see if it's any type of fungi or living, like, bacterial kind of thing?
So, passive nature would tell you that this is a biomass of some sort. It might actually also be a excretion of biomass. It seemingly, like, it does seemingly use this this material, or what you managed to pull out as a sample, as a means to control the host. It is much familiar to that of an intellect devourer, and as well as something like that of illithid tadpoles, as you've read throughout your research throughout Earthseheimel, as they are often found in the Underdark.
And Nyx would relay some of this information of curiously, just like it's moving around like a bio.
And it's resistant to necrotic energy, yes?
From what I could tell, I'm not sure if that was the body of the Celestials it was possessing, or if it was the material itself. But the material itself, from what we experimented with the one back with the construct, it did resist forms of light, like radiant and such. It absorbed the light.
It hurt too.
So, this, corruption, is it like a physical thing that we can see, like, writhing on whatever we're looking at?
Based off of the sample, it's more of an excretion of this biomass. This corruption might still be lurking within the cadaver. It's hard to figure out what to do, because it might just be using it as a means to hermit its way to kind of wait until something happens, or if it's just going to die along with the body.
I'm not sure if this spell does this. Hold on, I want to read the spell. See invisibility. Does it allow me to see any type of, like... see. Because I can cast that. I have that available to me.
Let's see. To the ethereal plane. Okay. These creatures are not ethereal by nature, so unfortunately you would not be able to see it.
Okay. Then that crosses out another thing from the list. And Nyx adds that to their notes. It's like, okay, they are not ethereal beings. Whatever this is causing this corruption. Or at least within this being at the moment.
And it tried to attach to Citra when she tried to touch it, correct?
Yes.
Interesting. I wonder. And I'm going to use Find Familiar, and I will summon Hippocrates.
All right.
I believe he was a boa constrictor?
Yes.
Yes.
Or something like that. It's either that or the same snake that you were, like, stylizing
That would be
Salazar
a white-lipped python in that case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nyx's eyes, like, widen just a little bit. Like, cat, it's like, ooh, interesting. Like, it's like, because they like critters. Like,
cat activating.
Just sort of, like, slithers out from behind his head over his shoulder and looks at Nyx.
Yeah.
The eyes, just the eye pupils just widen a little bit, but they're composed. It's just like, ooh, snake. It's like critters.
I want
They
to
love
pet.
Never touch someone else's familiar without asking.
No, of course not.
Is she reaching out?
No, she's like keeping the notebook to themselves. It's like,
Gotcha.
this is serious time for
Would you have,
documentation.
but would you have noticed the eye widening? He's not
I
Leodon.
think Hippocrates will coil around Salazar's arm and slither over to the bit of corruption. And the instant that he makes contact with this, I will cast Identify through Hippocrates.
Ah, through touch.
It has to be.
You see, as Hippocrates kind of enters within a bit of the corruption, you begin to see as it almost moves like a symbiote, as it kind of grasps around a kind of, I don't want to say neck. Because, yeah, the tube of
the
a
base
snake.
of the head.
Yeah, the base of a head as
it would still be the neck.
it then begins to try and almost inject itself under the scales and through the eyes and under the mouth.
Like I said, Citra said it hurt.
I need Hippocrates to make me a charisma saving throw at disadvantage.
Charisma saving throw. Disadvantage.
No. How about I say no?
How charismatic is a poisonous snake?
I mean,
Probably not there.
Pythons are poisonous.
This one is.
This is.
If
this
anything,
is going
they're
to
venomous.
fail.
Okay, yes, you are correct in the terminology.
Yes, speak to the person who has a snake.
Speak to the person that
Charisma
has
save.
a python.
With disadvantage. Let me look. Where? There it is. Alright. Come on, baby. 2 nat 20s. That's a natural 1. For a total. Wait for it. For a total of. -3.
Thank you for clarifying.
he is a
Poor snake.
As you see, as the entirety of the body of Hippocrates is beginning to become enveloped in this blackened ichor, as it begins to sink down, as you cast Identify, I need Salazar. This is a very unique case. Salazar, make me a intelligence saving throw.
Intelligence saving throw.
Yes.
maybe it should have been
Is
better if
this-
the teacher touched it.
Is this a spell or spell-like effect?
It is a means of identifying the creature that is currently taking over your familiar.
Okay.
And
It's trying to hide itself, basically.
Just trying to determine if I have advantage on this, because there are several reasons for it.
I do have greater restoration if it comes to certain things.
It's just
you're about to be privy to certain information. Let me just say it that way. Yeah.
28.
I mean, that's on the other side.
Oh, that's true.
Unless I did have advantage, in which case it would be a 28. Take 400 points of necrotic damage. Reduced to 200 because I'm necromancer.
Yeah.
You are taking.
And I do have Revivify, Diamonds, and Helios. So.
You're taking 18 points of psychic damage.
Ow.
As
aren't
your
you
mind...
still immune to that shit?
That's a great question, actually.
You cast that halfway through the day. It took us a hot minute to get there, so you would still have it.
Mind blank lasts for 24 hours, and I'm assuming we only slept for 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I will say your mind blank saves you.
Jack shit, Captain.
Congratulations. As
it's such a good spell.
As flashes of images begin to fill your mind, as it tries to read yours with no avail, as you hear a voice. Contain. Corrupt. Scatter. Shatter. Weaken. Bring me mythos. And as you begin to see flashes of instances in which that crack in the sky, as blackened masses begin to rain down on Celestials as they hit them and absorb into them, and you begin to see as they become corrupted and writhe and scream, and then another flash of this image in this strange blackened void. There is this massive presence staggering over you, as almost as if you have to crane your head all the way up to see the slight outline of this blackened, godlike figure. As it begins to look at you, as it goes to reach for you.
Hello, Poppet.
Before you manage to just push it all out, as you snap back into reality, as the connection of all of it, as you see as Hippocrates is now writhing in pain and screeching as this thing is beginning to take over your snake.
Is he taking any damage from this?
No, he is being controlled.
Alright, I think
Yeah, Nyx has the notebook and is writing down what happened, basically.
yeah, Salazar is just going to raise a hand and simply watch and observe as this thing slowly takes over Hippocrates. Yeah. And he is going to, if Hippocrates turns hostile, he's going to ready Blight.
Okay. And you see as the snake kind of stops writhing before it finally relaxes. And then the head raises as you see what is usually those, those nicely lit snake slits. Begin to see the oil kind of sinking down along the side of its head before it reaches back and then lunges towards your throat as you cast Blight.
Constitution saving throw for him real quick. He is absolutely going to fail this. Yep.
Yep.
I don't even need to roll damage.
He only has 1 HP.
He has 2, actually.
Oh.
How dare you assume?
As you see as the creature is blighted as the whole body begins to dry up and wither as it begins to sink down. And you begin to see as the ooze beginning to kind of try and make its way out of the scales. As the body and the host no longer has a means to be controlled.
Being that Hippocrates was a fey being, and upon its death would just poof away, does it leave behind a corpse?
It leaves behind this blackened goo.
Ew.
As it kind of slowly moves, like a little left, a little right. And then
kind of like reaching out, kind of like how like some starfish kind of try to reach out to gain traction somewhere to see if they can pick up anything.
Yeah.
Here's a good question. How long would it live without a host?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I think Salazar's just wordlessly looking at the puddle.
Yeah. And
did we experiment with other damage types?
They just take turns casting different spells at it.
I mean, it's good to know your enemy.
Yeah. As it begins to kind of almost ripple a bit. Nyx.
Ah.
Make me a dex save.
Ah. Good thing I have proficiency in this.
How big is this?
It's about somewhere around, if you were to put this into a bowl, about maybe 50 millimeter diameter.
Okay.
Would you say
About
like a grapefruit or something?
Yeah.
Grapefruit or an orange?
I rolled a 13.
You rolled a 13?
5, but I have a +8, so I rolled a 13 total.
Okay. First off, you are taking 12 points of piercing damage as you see as this puddle begins to reverberate a bit. And then you see as kind of like, almost like the, like that magnetic ooze. As it gets close to magnets, it becomes very spiky.
Yeah.
Ferrofluid.
Yes. And it coalesces into a thin spike and it shoots out and it pierces you.
Ah, fuck!
As it does, I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh, okay. Let's see. I only have a +2 on this one. Okay, I rolled a 21.
21?
21.
As it begins to hit and it almost jumps from the table as it begins to kind of coalesce around you, as you begin to hear the same words that Salazar was hearing, as it begins to repeat in your mind as it tries to spread and enter within your body. As it begins to... Yeah.
Get my
As
own
you begin-
claws, not caring if I damage myself. Just
Yeah.
No.
As you go to try and rip, you can feel it digging further into your mind. And with that, we're going to take a quick break.
Are we all gonna fight
Oh,
Nick
no.
now?
Evil Nix.
Welcome back, everyone.
We're back!
Welcome back. Bienvenue, Power Bottoms.
Excuse you, sir!
What?
For Nyx, accurate.
Hey now.
I got Tara with that one. That's what's funny to me. She doesn't know all of last campaign.
He's been accosting us with this shit.
It's a rare one.
I both do and don't want to know. Why? Why
Keep
they're
us
all
on our
power
toes.
bottoms?
Drugs.
Oh God. Watch Santa and Tara. I can promise you it's very entertaining. Alright, so with that being said, Nyx.
Yeah.
Roll initiative.
As you find yourself being
I rolled a 21.
Yes. As you feel as it's slowly trying to take over your psyche, I need you to make me another charisma save.
Who got it? Oh, okay. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You manage to stave it off another round as it is still wriggling its way deeper into you, as it is attempting to try and almost pull you in directions that you are not fully commanding yourself to do. It hasn't made it into your mind, but it has made its way into your muscles.
This bitch.
Ow.
The audacity.
As
Doctor.
Oh, danger.
I'm on it.
all right, what do you do, Salazar?
I'm gonna cast Wall of Force around Nyx.
Okay. As
He's a doctor. He wants to isolate it.
Nyx will be very happy about that. She's like, oh, thank God.
Someone with a brain.
yeah, as you see, as this wave of force begins to encompass you, Nyx, as you feel another surge as another attempt to strike at your mind. Go ahead and make me another charisma save. As the rest of you begin to notice that Nyx is writhing on the ground, trying to control their arm as they're also trying to
Who's the rest of you?
Cause Citra's down by the forge.
Actually, here.
I'm just generally asking because I don't. Oh, well, that answers that question.
I rolled a 9, by the way.
Oh boy. Sorry, Citra's not there with Bless.
It was bound to happen. It's okay. I only have a +2 on my charisma. Charisma saves.
Should have made that deck save.
Please excuse me while I pull out. Oh, here you are.
Nyx trying to relay through painful yelps is just like, okay, it hurts a fucking lot. It's controlling my muscle.
Cells are taking notes.
Just write that down.
It keeps trying to get into my head, I think. Oh god, fuck. Okay, Salazar, it's gonna. Okay, Salazar, it's.
Where's the ibuprofen?
It's like, whatever you do, please don't fucking kill me, or you will have a very pissed off red dragon after you. Okay.
Good.
All right. As a wall of force goes up, as a spike into your mind enters.
It's bonus.
Nyx, you black out as you find yourself in this state of pure bliss. as you find yourself kind of just floating in this calm and this cool space. And there is no pain, there's no struggle. And you find yourself in this home. Calm. Warm. And as you go to open this home, the door as it swings wide, you find the figure of Fuchsia here.
Of course, it's static. See them.
You find yourself enamored by their form as you are drawn in, and there's just this rapturous desire to love your partner. As
Wink, wonk.
not another thought, not another pain, not another thing enters your mind aside from just being with them. As there is peace here. However, on the outside, there is Nyx, as there is this blackened ooze dripping down the side of her face. And as you see as blades begin to be pulled, as she begins to slam away at the wall. And as such, I need Salazar and Nyx to roll me initiative.
Salazar and Nyx? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're in the
Here I
immediate
go.
situation.
I
Yeah.
know, they're immediately there, but still.
Thank God you rolled low.
I rolled a 6.
Button!
I just hit a button
Yeah.
for that one because I'm still crunching down and stuff. So multitasking.
All right. Salazar,
Huh?
you make the first move as you are watching as there is this violent Nyx in the wall.
I see. It acts quickly. So we're all like relatively in the same sort of space. Correct?
Yes, some distance, but you can kind of gather, like, as many of the people have been coming and going to kind of, like, help with the effort. There are very few that have kind of backed away, so that way they don't get caught up in this mess.
Do I see Canis?
You do.
Salazar will point to him and say, "Your skill set is required."
What are you
Now that he
doing
can
over
cast
there?
magic.
What the hey? What's going
As
on?
both of your heads go to turn as you just finish up with the research and kind of gather what you managed to from these notes and have kind of constructed a very loose design for these spells. I'll go ahead and let's see. Pull this out.
Bloop!
The ominous bloop.
Not the bloop.
There's
Big
Bloops
blooper.
at you and bloops at you.
Oh, there we are.
Oh, okay.
This is the level 8 version. There is a level 4 version, but the level 8 version is immediately available.
Oh, well, okay, that's good to have.
All I can do is probably punch her with Stunning Strike and hopefully make her stop moving if you want. That's about what she can do.
That's why he went for Canis instead of
Yeah.
Sutra.
Oh, yes.
Yep. All right. That's
And
the
he'll
end of the
simply
cell.
observe.
Okay.
I love
Nix,
Yay.
you are surrounded by a wall of force. You
Let's
are
see.
you are welcome to take whatever actions you want as long as they are violent towards your allies.
All
And I
right.
do mean surrounded. There is a roof above you as well.
I'm gonna use my wild shape to turn into a burrowing creature and try to get out.
There is that.
Fair enough.
Well, okay.
So now we have a feral badger in the.
Yeah, I can only. Yeah, it's a badger. It's just a little badger.
Betcha,
betcha,
mushroom.
Snake! Snake!
Snake!
Oh,
it's a snake! Ah,
So
man, if that does not age us, I don't know what will.
So I'm gonna stay underneath the ground for now, but Salazar and Canis and Winry only saw that I disappeared burrowing down.
Ah, fuck. Who's she gonna surprise first? Spin the wheel!
Spin the wheel! I will probably do a spin the wheel to see who I
I can
go
only
first.
guess. I can only guess that Salazar's facial expression didn't change at all when she escaped confinement in just a second.
that scene
SCP
from-
has escaped!
You know that scene from Devil May Cry 3 where Virgil drops the amulet into the blood? And his just expression just never changes. He just slowly turns his head down.
Why
Yeah.
isn't this working?
Oh boy. So who's she gonna go for first?
It does take, I believe that we only homebrewed it that my gloom form takes a bonus action, so my wild shape takes a full action to
Gotcha.
transform and do movement. So for my bonus action, I am probably going to, and I don't have that ability yet as a druid, so bonus action, I just don't do anything for my bonus action for now, but I will have something prepared for later. So I'm just hidden somewhere. Yeah,
I'm just gonna leave that there.
as like one of those echo things from like those the stealth missions. It's just like he was over there.
Alrighty. Is that the M for Nix's turn?
Yes, that's all I can do.
Alright. Winry and Canis.
You want our initiative?
Yes, I would like your initiative.
Fair enough.
That is a 9 for Winry.
Still,
12.
so long as you're higher than Nyx.
Higher than a 6.
So it's gonna
Okay.
Be, yeah.
Alright, Canis. You're up. Salazar, you're on deck.
So, did we spend this time making spell scrolls? I'm assuming it's what we're doing?
Yes, you managed to account for a couple of spell scrolls that kind of like detail these powerful spells that can be learned from.
Okay. So, it's definitely something we have to use right now, so it's going to be one less scroll we're going to have.
I mean, as a cleric, this is something within your wheelhouse for your spell list. Like, however, you would have needed to prepare it.
Yeah, that's the issue I'm seeing here is like, I don't have it prepared. Can I use this as a scroll and we just need to write another one?
Thankfully,
Another
if we
one.
do have another one to copy off of, it's much easier.
Yeah, we have the giant metal sheet that we've been copying off of.
Well, we have the giant metal sheet, but both of us each have a scroll. So if you
Cool.
use one, I still have one.
Yeah. So I'm going to be taking that scroll. I'm going to be moving next to Salazar and preparing to cast it if Nyx pops up next to either of us.
Alright. Alright, so you're going to be holding spell.
Yep.
Spell. And the action. Alright. Salazar. you're up.
Where are Deimos and Hypnos, by the way?
Right behind you.
Okay.
Deimos and Hypnos, right here.
I will have them sort of separate, because I don't want us all to be in the same area. I'll have Deimos go to the north, and I'll have Hypnos go to the south. Yep. Hypnos is going to prepare Suggestion.
Okay.
And Deimos is going to ready a crossbow shot.
All right.
If they see whatever Nex is transformed into.
A badger.
Oh, a branch.
Bitch.
Probably looks like the most vicious little, like, Wolverine creature.
And Salazar is going to stand just a little bit away from Canis. And he is going to ready Hold Monster.
Okay. All right. Winry, you're up.
Yep. All right. Winry is not sure where the heck Nyx is gone, but assumes that Nyx may not be able to reach them this far off. Maybe? Not sure. But she's probably gonna go over and just try to get Arya and Iselia's attention. Just like, hey, we could probably use some extra hands here.
All right. See, Iselia immediately steps up and draws both of her blades. And with that, also, Azimuth, his attention is garnered along with that as well. Okay. Anything else that you want Winry doing?
You can prepare to hold like an attack or a spell attack. I don't know.
I think so. Let me see the information on this one real quick before I use it. Yeah, okay. Winry is probably gonna prepare, just like, as soon as she sees Nyx, probably just try to find a way to magic missile, just like, sit down, stay put.
Okay.
Go to sleep.
It's not enough damaging to kill Nyx, but enough to weaken.
Yeah. All right. Nyx, you're up.
Alrighty. Let's see. I just want to make sure I read the rules correctly on dropping the shape form. Okay. Yes. Okay. I am going to burrow. Let's see. Oh, right. I was gonna roll. How many people do I see immediately? Let's see. 1, 2,
well, you're
3,
underground,
4,
so you don't see
5.
anybody, but you can probably sense us.
Yeah. It's a little sense thing. So I'm gonna roll a d6.
Me and Sob just sitting over here pretty.
That's the name of the show.
1.
Okay, 1. I'm gonna go for the closest one.
All right. That's Canis.
That's me.
So from underneath, Nyx bursts out. Bonus action to drop their badger shape. And going to attack twice.
Well, we've got held actions.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So, first off, Canis.
All right. I use this fancy scroll and cast that spell that's on it. Derocinate Corruption?
Deresonate.
Deresonate Corruption. You tune the corruption within a creature that cannot be cured through normal divine magics. Created by the magic of those who can hear the songs of souls, this spell can target a creature that has been possessed by another to become deresonate with the host. The target must make a charisma save. On a failed save, the target takes 15d6 fire damage, ignoring immunity and resistance.
Damn.
So it's targeting the thing inside Nyx, not Nyx. You're okay, the thing inside you less so.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna roll down. Or is it? Do I roll the charisma
Nope,
save?
the creature makes the roll
Okay.
against your spell DC. That is going to be a 17.
That fails.
All right, so
Hooray.
15d6.
So that's. I think this macro works. No,
One way to find out. Damn.
I do not want to roll 15d6. There we go. 47.
47.
Big owies.
Big ol' heartburn.
If the target takes equal to or more than half of its health points from the damage of the spell, the creature is driven from the possessed creature and lands 30 feet in an unoccupied space from the possessed creature. The target then can no longer possess any other creature for 24 hours after being driven from the host. So does it have 94 or less health total? Because if it does, then it's thrown out. It is thrown out.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Okay, 1, 2... Yep.
Citra and Sov just look back. What the fuck?
So
Yeah,
Nyx popped out of the
Hooray.
ground. I grab her by the face, and an explosion of fire sent out.
So this was just like a little puddle when it first appeared, and now it's this big thing.
So as it kind of encapsulates a creature, it changes size. So since it was in a bigger creature, it is now bigger.
Ah.
Yep. As you see, as this large ball of goo, as you see it kind of writhe a bit, it almost has like a bit of an animalistic form at first, and then it just, and then recoagulates into this swirling black mass that is trying to like crawl its way around and stick to anything.
Well, that's disgusting.
So you had Hold Monster prepped, right?
I did.
Yep.
I also don't know if suggestion is going to affect this.
That
Thing.
probably won't, but Hold Monster should.
Yeah. Hold monster. Needs to make I believe it's a Constitution saving throw.
Hold Person is Wisdom.
Yes, it is wisdom.
Wisdom? Alright. Okay. 16 plus its whiz save. That's going to be a 24.
24?
Damn.
Well, that succeeds.
Alright. As you see, as kind of these snake-like chains begin to kind of wrap around it, it manages to just split itself into this ferrofluid and then break the chains and then recoagulate.
Suggestion?
I suggest you stop.
I believe it was also a wisdom save.
Yeah, let's see. 14.
Close, but it succeeds.
Okay. Oh,
And finally we got a crossbow from Deimos.
Ah,
yes, of course.
19 to hit.
Okay, 19 does hit.
Excellent. 1d8 piercing. Takes 4 piercing damage. Good job, Deimos.
He participated.
Da-da-da. So, that puts it. All right. All right, and that's all of Salazar's held actions. Winry, you have a held action.
Yes, I do. I have a magic missile. And it betrayed me funny last time, so I'm gonna try to do this right the first time here. So each dart deals 1d4 plus 1. I'm going to cast it at... I don't know how much health this thing has, but I'm going to cast it at... Oh, wait, Aaron, roll me a d6.
3.
Okay, dokie. Thank you. Alright, so I'm going to cast it at 4, which means then I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I get 6, so 6d4 plus 6. Let me roll this here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 21!
All right.
21.
It's magic missile, so it just hits.
Yep. 21.
Just works.
It just works.
And she is going to hang on to that spare spell scroll just in case.
Yeah. As magic missiles come flying around, you see as it pelts it, and you begin to see it beginning to almost like that same spiky ferrofluid as it just floats there, kind of trying to spike out a bit, but it's beginning to waver. Its form will not last, so it's getting very close to mortal here.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Was that everyone's held actions?
That was everyone's held actions.
Right.
It is still Nyx's turn because she attempted to make an attack. Whether or not she wants to follow through is up to her.
Just continues to hit him for the
Just
sake of
punch
hitting him.
Salazar. regardless.
Debatable, but probably not yet.
Also, you are driven from this bliss, this dream, this thing that you've wanted for so long, peace and isolation with the person that you love, gone and taken away from you.
Oh man. Yeah, and from the description, you just grabbed Nyx's face, right?
Yeah. He did the good old Mr. X grab of just...
I imagine he's let go at this point.
Silence, Brand!
Just full on tries to just like, get the fuck off of me! Just very upset, but teary-eyed and upset and just like, what the fuck? Why are you grabbing my face?
Don't wake me up! I told you to never wake me up!
pointing at the thing behind her.
Oh, fucking Christ. No. Okay. With anger, they're gonna go and try to attack the thing. I believe I will only have, 25 movement left.
3, 4, 5.
And I'm gonna attack with my blades.
Alright.
Let's see, make sure this is turned off because I don't think I prepared my blades in the morning. Ooh.
Ooh, yuck.
Don't wake me up! I told you to never wake me up!
I rolled a 12, a natural 1 on the first one.
Oof.
Nope.
And then a 21 on the second one.
Alright. 21, that will hit.
Alright. Let's see. Slashing damage with the acid gloves. So that's 7 acid, 7 slashing. And I do not have my withering up because I used my bonus action already.
Alright. This thing is not looking hot.
Alright, and that is my turn.
Do we see this yet?
You very much see this. This thing popped out of Nyx. Alright, and with that,
do we get to roll now?
I just saw the...
yes. So I need Arya and Citra. Go ahead and provide me your...
Natural 20.
Okay. And Icelia. Oh.
Got a 25.
Damn.
That's pretty darn good.
So natural 20s always go first, so you will go after Citra.
The tieflings are fighting it off. No, me!
No, me!
Alright, and then it's gonna put the boy right here. The moth and Sov. Okay. Citra. Top of the round, Aria, you're on deck.
She was probably going to use Fireball until a certain someone ran up to it, but at the same time knows that they're trying to get information out of it, so not only do you have to knock this shit down, but also learn about it. She's gonna go punch the damn thing and see if she can get some information out of it too. She's like, oh, this is gonna suck, but I gotta do it.
Yeah.
Yep. Alright, so she's gonna hit it twice, and then she's gonna use a key point to use the, what do you call it? Where did it go? Oh no! Fuck. Where did it go? Not extort truth, but, analyze, it's basically an analyze, thing. I forgot the name of it, but you know what I mean. I don't know where it is right now, but you get what I mean. So the first hit is a 28.
28, that will hit.
God, motherfucker.
Second hit,
God, motherfucking damn!
25.
That will also hit.
And then use the key point. God, where did it go? Because there's a whole thing of it. Movement, dedicate weapon, deflect missiles, slow fall. No. Not the extra attack. God, where did it go?
It might
It's
be
not-
lower down.
No, I don't know where it went because it's not under this again, and I don't know why.
Not in your features?
No, it's not there for some reason, though. It should be, considering it's part of the Cobalt Soul.
Right.
I just don't know why it's not popping up, because I need to actually read it. So I'm gonna open up D&D Beyond just to look at it, because I know it's there at least.
It's in the directory if you decide to look for it.
Darn,
But
it's
only if
done
you recall
beyond.
the name.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
Extract aspect, so I actually have to hit it. That's what I was trying to figure out. So, sorry about that. So for that key point... Hello?
Hopefully a fucking 28 hits it.
Well,
One would hope.
yeah. Yeah. So it'd be 26 for that last one. It still does damage, but I have to roll to hit it. So yeah, all of those hit. So, close this back out. I don't need that. There it is. So, starting at their level, you can strike a pressure point, initial crucial information about the foe. When you hit a creature with one of the attacks granted by your flurry of blows, you can analyze it. Whenever an analyzed creature misses you with an attack, you can immediately use your reaction to make an unarmed strike against the creature if it's within your reach, blah, blah, blah. And additionally, when you analyze a creature, you learn all of its damage vulnerabilities, damage resistances, damage immunities, and condition immunities. So, I'm assuming those hit, so she's doing that on top of slapping it, okay?
Okay, so it is vulnerable to fire damage.
Super vulnerable to fire.
It has
Fire damage.
it has resistance to radiant and necrotic.
That they knew.
It is immune to non-magical bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing. And it is also immune to pretty much every major condition under the sun, with the rare exception of.
Let me just tell you, she's rattling this off, looking straight to Salazar, because I don't think she can see Nyx right now, but yeah.
With the
I
rare
am
exception of stunned.
Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna do the damage. So that's the first one. 6 bludgeoning, 6 radiant. 13 bludgeoning, 6 radiant. And that first one also takes the other thing that she does. The fucking hell, where is it? No. Okay, so and then there was the flurry of blows. Where'd it go? It was up there the last time. Where did it? I Why is everything missing?
I am so sorry, Blue.
I had this all set up nice. Oh my god, this is really annoying. I'm gonna have to go through this again.
Why is everything always missing with you? Or at least your sheet.
It
That's
wasn't.
not an
This is the first
accusation.
time. So it's unarmed strikes,
Okay.
but it's not on my list for whatever reason.
For the sake of it, I will go ahead and just like say
That she beat the shit out of it.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
It didn't survive very long after that massive blast. However, upon making contact with it, Citra,
Yeah.
you managed to analyze quite a bit of information from this thing. And one of the biggest pieces is this is kind of a creature made from the blood of titans. This is known as Ostius's corruption.
Yeah, Citra's gonna have that really, like, stunned, scared face when she realizes that. She's like, this is from Ostius? The Dreadnought? And she's just, like, shaking her hand off to make sure it's not on her anymore. Like,
Yeah. And as you do, you see as all that power, as it hits it, it begins to wither and dry and become desolate, and begins to slowly decay and turn to blackened sand before finally desiccating and just disappearing away.
yeah, she's looking at it and then looking at Salazar and Nyx going, that thing comes from the big thing in the sky.
Salazar's already taking notes.
Yeah. It's funny, you guys didn't remember that she's Cobalt Soul.
Intriguing. Well, I'd say this was a pretty successful experiment.
And what would you have done if I was not here? Or if I was not researching this with Wenry all... Yeah, Wenry already.
Take your time. Take your time.
That doesn't matter. You were, and everything is fine.
You should exercise more
Salazar's
caution.
Really? Exercising caution when the world is about to end.
Kinda need to.
Salazar's going to look over at Nyx.
They're shaking a little bit and has tears in their eyes.
He saw her, like, try to rip at her chest. Right? Like,
Yeah,
like
like
try
they're
to
trying to make
literally
sure that
tear
this-
chunks out of her flesh.
Yeah, like Nyx legitimately tried to do damage to try to get this thing off.
Salazar's hands will immediately go to his healer's kit, and he will kneel down.
Hold still.
Right. They sheath
See
their
ya.
weapons.
See as both Iselia, Arya, and Asimov approach as Sov goes and kind of inspects the space where it once was.
Yeah.
Nyx wipes tears away from their face, like angry, upset.
Yeah,
Not
Winry
towards
would-
anybody, but
Winry would probably notice that and just rush up, just like, Nyx, Willow, I don't know in this moment. Are you okay? What did you see?
that thing gave me a false comfort that I was with someone that I love dearly. It abused my body. Just that illusion. Not okay with that.
Did you hear it too?
Yes, I heard some semblance of words before it started feeding me that just...
Contain, corrupt, scatter, shatter, weaken. Bring me mythos.
Isn't Mythos a god that's probably dead already?
No. That is something this... Remember she's looking at Cadus. Did I not just tell you this thing that I've been talking to called me that?
Yes.
Oh, that's where I heard it from. Wait, they want you?
I don't know, but it is a little coincidental.
Nephilim aren't exactly a common thing. That could be part of it.
Well, we've all seen how strong Citra is here.
Not necessarily. Everything here is resistant to most of what I do, except for physical damage.
Still beat the crap out of a puddle of poo.
I mean, punching something will do that.
As you
Obviously, there's something about you.
How did you get it out of me?
He did it, not me.
With the spell
Winry will at that point offer up her copy of the spell scroll for Canis.
Mm-hmm. With this, it was a spell that we found in the workshop before.
It's
Meaning,
going to be very helpful.
correct.
Excellent. It seems we've learned quite a bit from this.
Thank you for not killing me.
You're welcome.
I was never going to kill you.
No, he's on our side.
Yeah, he'll like magically clean the wound and he'll finish up the sutures.
Thank you.
See, as
I believe you know the
Asimov,
do's and don'ts.
Yes, of course.
Oh, well, I guess
at the doctor's office.
Yeah. Well, I guess
Helps
also
her back to her feet.
cat's out of the bag for everyone else in here that they know what she is.
As you see, as Asimov, his eyes lock to you, Citra.
She'll put her hands up. I'm a peace walker. I am not bad. I am not crazed. I have no ill will towards this star, and I do not want to summon Tiamat. Basically, I know exactly what you're thinking. Easy.
Listen, Citra's been nothing but good to us this whole time.
My grandmother literally was Erithus. And she'll pause. I am not a monster.
And there will be blood in heaven should you attempt anything.
Agreed.
I promise you I'm not something to worry about. She's really good at charisma if she needs to convince him.
That is irrelevant.
As is Winry. She's gonna speak to her defense.
That is irrelevant. You carry the ability to break open seals.
Yeah, I'm starting
You
to notice
have-
that.
You have something that is reaching out to you beyond the Asarium.
I see.
I mean, I know I could open his tomb because I had him with me, and my grandmother set the vault to open to my blood, but I don't know about anything else beyond that.
That does not matter. You are a threat. Not just to Elysium, but to the very star itself.
I consider myself an ally. I have no means to harm anybody on this star.
Arya immediately steps up, putting her hands up. Calm, brother. She's my friend. She's my ally. You can't treat her like this.
As you see, as he kind of steps towards you, Arya, and almost kind of staturing over you, you see is like almost the horns kind of almost tap towards each other. They can very well be used by greater powers. They can break open seals if those who have more darker machinations and designs decide so.
But only very few people know of what I am, and I am your ally. So, as anybody else knows, I am just a tiefling. If that thing knew where I was, do you think it would just be sitting idly by? No. So we're still under the assumption that we're gonna surprise them for sure.
I understand you're concerned with someone trying to capture them to use their blood to do things, but again, if we keep this under very strict surveillance and very strict secrecy, we should not run into that issue.
And yet there is something that is already chasing her.
No, it's
they
chasing
know what
all of
she
us.
is.
You don't know it's looking for me specifically, it just knows it's looking for something called Mythos. It didn't know I was here or would have attacked me immediately. It attacked all of us. It doesn't know.
You saw what happened when Nyx was under the influence of this substance. It didn't immediately go for Citra.
It went for Canis.
Probably for
It
a
went for the
reason.
first person there.
I mean, yeah, sure, I don't like royal types that much, but I don't think that's the reason. I think it was just the nearest person.
I touched it and it still didn't know what I was. Twice now.
We can maintain discretion.
Just don't say what I am out loud. With respect. She realized she's been kind of like a little on defense here, but she's like, oh, I'm being rude.
You see, as there is this kind of in between with Icelia and also Asimov. As she kind of steps between you both and just, let's breathe. Alright.
Surprised Sob didn't get involved.
See, Sob is currently just already a weapon in hand, just prepared.
I mean no one here harm. I'm an asset to you, if anything else.
You see, as Icelia kind of just staring over Arya's shoulder. I'm not saying that you're not. And Asimov's concerns are not without its own merits.
Not saying it's not. But I would like to not be condemned to death. Or destruction, whatever that might have been.
As the head kind of turns back towards Asimov. And you do the job of keeping an eye on her since you're so distrustful. I will keep an eye on the rest of everything, since you seemingly can't determine if whether or not your biased feelings, as she kind of smacks his chest a bit, or if whether or not you can get over what happened to Asimov. So, do you want to sit here and brew? Or should we take their word for it? He is kind of everyone's kind of against him at this point. Before you see as he kind of just holsters a weapon that you barely saw was drawn.
I still say deflect missiles can deflect bullets, but okay.
Yeah.
Can it deflect
Maybe at level
missiles, though?
Can it deflect magic missiles?
If at any point I seem like a threat to you, I won't fight you if you need to put me down, but I promise you I'm no threat.
I will.
See as Sov immediately turns his head towards you, Salazar, and you see those bloody red eyes staring at you.
It's a big if, though.
That isn't what he meant, by the way. He wasn't saying he'd kill Citra.
Oh.
He meant, yeah.
He's not. I'm not gonna. Citra said, "I'm not going to stop you." Salazar said, "I will."
Ah, okay.
See,
Oh,
Salazar,
okay.
I guess,
Okay.
does kind of tolerate Citra a little more than others.
He won't
She called
kill
him-
me.
Single sentences can only go so far, Salazar. You have to speak up a little bit.
She called him pretty once, and that's all it took.
Nix translates. Just like
He's got a very Snape style of caring about people.
She'll just
Alan Rickman.
she's keeping her hands up.
Alan
I want this star and its reflections to remain intact. I am on your side. People I care about call most of these places home, including, and she points to Sav, my brother, who lives in the same place you do right now. I want things to go for us in a good way.
So let me put this a little bit more clearly. It's not that I do not trust your judgment or your way of life or how you wish to protect people. It is what you can be used for.
Well, then I have to rely on the people around me to keep me away from that and myself. I just think it's a little unfair to immediately assume I should be destroyed for the one possible fear that happens.
Yes, it is quite unfair for people to want your destruction simply because of what you are.
That is funny, because they're both one of a kind.
also for other reasons. Like
Yeah.
Nyx has no context for this, but it's like, man, I feel suddenly like the degrees in the room just dropped like several.
You know, despite all the combat, yeah, it does feel a couple degrees cooler in here.
I ask you to have a little bit more faith and hope.
Trust me, she's the only one that really speaks for like the whole faith and hope thing.
But isn't her last name Hope?
Arya Hope.
Arya.
Yes!
Arya Hope.
I see you hope.
Acelia Hope. The Hope family.
See, as
This
he
Azimuth
kind of
guy,
yeah.
what sort of authority does he have here?
None.
None?
His-
Just some schmuck? Why are we listening to this guy?
His authority, pretty much, he is the main guy that's kind of just been helping get people here, protecting people, and making sure that, you know, nobody just gets hunted down by Celestials for whatever reason. But you get a feeling that, you know, he was kind of left in charge with the effort of Braun heading to the mountains to find answers.
I know this is scary, but I ask that you have a little faith. We're not up against the wall yet.
If only words meant things. And you see as he puts away the blade. I once also believed and had faith in such kind words. Until they tore everything I have ever loved apart.
I'm sorry that happened to you. And you've only just met me. I'm a complete stranger to you. So I get it. Hopefully I can change your mind over time. Like, she's not trying to remain hostile or super defensive against. She's trying to make it sound that she knows, she understands what he's conveying emotionally, and she gets it. But also, please don't condemn me to death.
Kidnap you to death. Gotcha.
Condemn.
Oh, gotcha.
I heard the same thing, but I
To
wasn't
be fair,
sure.
would not be the fucking first time. She got kidnapped a bunch of times too. Leodon killed someone for it.
Yeah.
He threw him in a fire.
Yep.
Held him up against a fire. That's
That
different.
is
That's
true.
the difference.
Yes.
True.
You don't
Made it
take
so
the
he
sun.
couldn't leave.
You don't take the group mascot of Sunshine and threaten it, because then the whole team will kill you.
Listen, he just threw him to a fire that he helped start.
Yeah, that's true. Fair.
He's apprehensive to be any more volatile than he already is, but
Yeah, but she's
can
not asking him not to
tell-
be.
Yeah. Arya, just from passive insight, you can tell that there is both the concern and the shame in the face of a man that had lost everything. And it's like watching a kind of just an old man not let go.
Yeah, she would kind of put some things together herself. Just so you know, I did meet him at the very end, and he's bringing life back to the dunes before he passed. I'm sorry it happened.
I do not need cold comfort. As he points towards you, Arya. I am warning you, though. If it happens, it falls on your shoulders, son. Yeah?
I'm not worried. But I'll take that responsibility.
You see as he turns away and he goes back towards the front of the camp. As you can tell, there's just this intensity to him that it's hard for him to just turn his back to it.
Yeah.
For Icelia,
I kind of expected as much.
We should leave this place as soon as we're able.
I don't think we're in danger. I don't think... If he wanted to harm me, he would have.
I simply don't like being here is all.
We can't just leave it yet. This place is still kind of a mess.
Still have one more mission to do.
And now we have a tool to get us there. At least, partway.
Yeah. Not want to
I'm
draw
half
too much...
tempted to let it overflow and become a problem for them, but I know it will become an issue for us in the long term.
I feel like it'll benefit us more if we help this place in the long run.
Unfortunately, I agree.
As do I.
Thank you. And first of all, she's naming it to Salazar first. Like a nod of thank you for coming to my defense kind of thing. And also to Arya.
I just don't think someone should be persecuted because of what they are.
I agree. But I also don't want to dismiss where he's coming from either. I'm glad he didn't go through with it, but I understand what's going on.
I disagree. I think it's okay to dismiss my brother.
I guess I'm just too polite for my own good.
No,
As
it's
a-
just sibling
as a
behavior.
As a sister with two brothers myself, I completely understand.
I feel like some bias in that.
Yeah, and she'll just turn her head going, you can put the weapon away, to Sav. She knew that his first instinct is violence.
as calm begins to wash, and a little bit of balance as cooler heads prevail. Not too long after, you guys begin to hear the faint rush of a small group of armored men as they begin to enter the cave. As you see, as they are just running at full speed. As Icelia looks over. Oh. Well then, hopefully some decent news. Before she's handed a piece of parchment and they are dismissed, allowing them to kind of go relax by the fires. As she goes to approach the rest of the group. Sorry about that. As she goes to open the letter. Well then. Good news indeed. So, an update from Grandfather. As she reads, it seems like, as far as we are aware, he has found a opening along the side of the Crystal Tower along one of the mountainsides. He also managed to find a scion, one of the very few celestials that haven't been affected from the initial corruption that came here within Elysium. So, we have a fair few of allies that might be able to assist us.
Well, that's good, isn't it?
It
That
is.
is in the right direction.
That it does. I don't feel comfortable just outright setting some of our own in the immediates in order to put ahead a plan that I have in mind, but it might be well for us to create a distraction and then have the rest of you meet up with Grandfather in order to enter the Crystal Tower and thus see if we might be able to drive out whatever corruption that is within the angel that is currently heralding all of this corruption.
Well, now that we know the Son of Bahamut's spell works, I think we are all well equipped for this.
And take time to prepare. I'll have you all move within the cool nights. You'll be less affected by many of those who had tried to hunt you from the daylight.
Sounds good.
I would say in this time, Wenry has probably prepared an additional scroll just for extra insurance.
As she looks towards Sav, I'm going to want a pair of new blades. These ones seem chipped.
We were just working on them, weren't we? Bunch of weapons earlier?
That we are. As all of you slowly begin to prepare. Is there anything that you would like to do while you're at it? And also,
Sitra would probably try to talk to Sav, considering so many things keep telling her to talk to Salazar. Talk to him. Why?
Now, important question. How long does it take to create these scrolls, like, individually?
It's much like how one would create spell scrolls for wizards, but these are spells that you can learn. These can be added to your spell list if you decide to learn them.
Okay, it just needs to be prepared, though, because I'd have to wait till another long rest to be able to do that.
That is correct.
Which is why, at the time being, an extra spell scroll, if not a couple, would be really handy.
I would, do druids have access to these? Just saying this.
I believe so, here.
Would Citra be able to do this?
I know you said
let's see.
Divine
It
and
isn't.
Bardic.
It is an abjuration spell. 8th level.
It is abjuration. Okay, so there are two versions. I'll go ahead and just copy and paste them from the home brewery here. And then I'll go ahead and add it into...
Oh, wait, I think I have them... I think we wrote them down before. Hold on, here.
Yeah.
There and there.
Oh, there you go. So De-Resonate Possession is level 4. It is accessible by bards, clerics, druids, and wizards. Yeah.
I was asking because Citra's technically a cleric through Soul Sorcerer, so...
Well,
you would have access to it.
Yeah.
Given we do have a bard, a cleric, a druid, and technically a wizard.
You mean technically?
He is a wizard.
You're a necromancer. That's more.
It's still a wizard.
That's a school of wizardry.
It is a wizard.
I'm
Roy
a
would
wizard.
yell at
I
you.
just specialize in necromancy. That's called a necromancer.
He's not kooky like Reloy, but he's still a wizard.
The fact of the matter is, there are 4 of us that could use this, so hooray.
He's like the Four Loko of wizardry.
What? The fuck does that mean?
What is that? Yeah.
Oh, it's because I'm
talking
banned in
about
some
Roy?
countries. I
Admit
get
it,
it.
Connor. You
Yes.
so many
Okay.
fun ways.
Oh my god.
That makes more sense. It's like, I don't see Salazar as a Ford Loco of wizards.
No, necromancy is like the Four Loko
Salazar
of
before
wizardry.
surgery cracks open a Four Loko. All right, let's do this.
No, he just downs a 6-pack of lean.
Oh god.
No, don't say that in my presence.
It's necromancy. You gotta use one that's discontinued.
Yeah, of
man.
course.
He summons the purple zombie.
In which case, then,
It's just fucking Grimace.
One moment, I need some of that scissor.
It's the grimace shake.
in which case, then, Winry will probably be making as many copies as she can in this intervening time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least keeping one translated copy on her person in her bag, just in case they need a spare.
So, for the sake of it, as those who wish to learn the spell, you are welcome to replace any of your current spells with a version of this. There's the level 4 version, which is De-Resonate Possession. It's a little bit more risky. And then there's the level 8 version, which is De-Resonate Corruption, which does not have the same risk.
Oh, well then Citra probably shouldn't.
Well, you can't do the level 8th one anyway.
No, I can't.
So you can only do
I
the level
can.
4 one.
Yeah.
I think it's good for you to have it for emergencies, but I don't think you need it immediate, if that makes sense. Like, you can probably save it for later.
Yeah, also, I kind of like the spells that I have in 4th level. I don't want to lose them. Death Ward and Freedom of Movement are great to have, so...
Yeah, exactly. So
I could probably learn De-Resonate Possession.
Mm-hmm.
You could learn De-Resonate Corruption, honestly.
I could learn both of them. Fuck it, I'll learn
Yeah.
both of them.
fuck it.
Fuck it.
Fuck it. Why not?
I mean, I'm a cleric. If it's added to the list, it's just
I know.
added to the list.
Same,
Yeah.
same as a
I
druid.
mean, I'm a
Sorcerers.
wizard. It's sort of the same for me.
Yeah.
Yay.
For
I-
Sorcerer,
my
it's
book-
not.
You just
I'd
need
have
to
to-
write it down.
I'd
because
have to
you're a nerd.
replace.
It's alright.
And I think that's the same for Bard.
Excuse
Even
you,
though-
I'm hardcore. My spellbook is my arm.
Fucking nerd.
You fucking dude.
You just don't understand me, Dad.
No one understands.
I'm gonna
Carving
be honest,
runes
I'm
into my
kind of
bones.
surprised Wenry wouldn't have this thing memorized by now after making so many copies.
Maybe in time.
Maybe in time.
Yeah.
But she'll still
Alright.
hang on to copies.
So, Citra's gonna talk with Salazar. You are making copies.
What was Nyx gonna do? Probably talk to the other 3, or at least Winry and Canis.
Hmm?
So, I don't know
Alright.
who you want to go first, so. Wait, are you waiting for me to go first? I was gonna let,
I'm asking Aaron, like, which way do you want this to go?
who do you want to go first? Citra's thing or Nyx's thing? Because Nyx's thing is just them relaying information about what they found out from Fuchsia, so.
That's entirely up to you. Who wants to say what first?
Do you guys want to rock, paper, scissors, flip a coin, roll a dice? I don't know.
Yeah,
I'll let Citra go first, and then...
Okay. Just go across the table kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. So yeah, she'd probably wait until, like, Salazar is just kind of, like, not near other people, because that was a lot that happened today. Just kind of, like, I guess, knock on his tent thing, whatever. Like, you kind of can't knock... Whatever.
I think he lets out a sigh.
I know.
Come in.
It's just me.
Oh, it's just you.
First of all, thank you. That was a lot. But I also kind of wanted to say sorry. I've been kind of avoidant of you. And it's not because of you. It's more of a survivor's guilt over what happened with Eloise. I know he was your friend.
He hadn't been looking at her at this point, but when she mentions Alois, he seems to have been drawing something. He puts his pen down and he looks over.
That wasn't your fault, you know.
For a while, it felt that way.
He made that decision.
I know. I'm aware. But, back in that weird memory thing we were dealing with back at my grandmother's place, it also was trying to convince me of that. And being cryptic even still, even as a memory. Why is he like that? Anyway,
It's just been the way he's always been.
So, par for the course.
Par for the course. Everything that comes out of his mouth is cryptic. He can't even talk to his children directly.
You mean Cotton?
Correct.
Love that.
I've known Dr. Cottonelle since she was young.
Adopted, right?
Correct. I'm not sure if Alois has any actual children running around. I don't think so.
That would be a shock.
Anymore.
Anyways, I just wanted to apologize to that. I hope that didn't make you feel like I was trying to avoid you.
You owe me no apologies.
I still consider you a friend, so...
Friend?
Yeah, I mean, we know each other enough, and you helped us out, even saving Leodon.
I suppose I am grateful for that. I haven't had many friends in my life.
Well, I assume you're my friend. I don't want to assume for you. Oh, let me be clear on that. I'm not trying to make an answer for you. It's up to you.
Certainly beats being my enemy.
Yeah, you're pretty strong. That would be terrifying.
As are you.
I try not to be, though. I just punch things.
Well, that's the thing about being dangerous. People assume you're a threat even when you're trying not to be one.
Yeah. To be fair, I was expecting that kind of reaction at some point. Eloise did warn me about it. I just didn't know the extent of it. I haven't been okay, but I'm pretty sure you've noticed that. Just literally Gucci under the eyes.
You should try and get some sleep sometime. I can help you with that.
I'm sure you can. It's just... For a while, closing my eyes just meant repeating dying in front of Orcus over and over again. But lately, it's not been haunting me since this whole thing started up.
Being a necromancer, what would I know about Orcus?
He... both Arcana and your history would tell you pretty much Demon Prince of Undeath, his necromantic powers are second to that of the former goddess of death, and they are known for imbuing a level of fear and this hauntingness that their own scions would go out and spread for them. Over thousands and thousands of years, it was thanks to the Crow Fathers and and many of the Marquess of Raven's followers tamping down much of those who followed Orcus and spread his message and his corruption, his magic. And the time that it slipped through, the most prominent time that it slipped through was during the event known as the Rain of Blood.
Yeah. It wasn't really him, per se. It was Cowrell as him, but still terrifying, but...
I imagine even an avatar of the Prince of Undeath is a horrifying sight to behold.
Yeah.
And
they
yet
all...
you beat him.
We beat him, because he did technically kill me.
We
with
includes you.
But it makes me wonder what happened to Alois, because when I was dead for that amount of time, it was just darkness up there.
I wish I had that answer for you, but it seems to be evading me as well.
I just need to ask, moving forward, if there's something wrong that I can talk to you about it without pissing you off? Or getting on your nerves?
Well, everything these days gets on my nerves, but... I'm no therapist.
I know.
But you are welcome to talk to me.
Yeah. Considering that I've been hearing voices in my head and stuff too, it might be of importance to tell you these things anyway, considering that something's been calling me Mythos this whole time.
Have I ever heard that term, Mythos? Has Alois ever said it?
Alois has never mentioned it.
No.
It is an extremely unique word. It is a translated language of a primordial language that beckons back to desire, fantasy, hope, something that can be constructed. You know, this is their mythos is a term and not a person. If that makes sense.
I don't know what it is that's calling me this, or why. But it happened
I don't
right...
think it's referring to you specifically.
It spoke directly at me.
Yes, but I don't think it's not a matter of the mythos, more like a mythos.
Well...
Which explains why what did you call it?
The Dreadnought. That's its other name. Was it Ostius is the other? Or something like that?
Yes, Ostius.
She's saying it like that because she's trying to recall it after the whirlwind moment earlier.
Explains why the corruption of Ostius didn't immediately go for you.
It didn't know.
It didn't know.
I mean, not many do. So, that's why I'm saying that's kind of a benefit for us for now.
Indeed.
And I followed Eloise's instructions.
As long as we can.
Yeah, it would explain why Eloise was telling me to keep quiet about it for the most part. I know... I'm not going to try to guess what's going on, but I know some things here, and she knows she means Canis, but she's not mentioning it, is making you feel a sort of way, but I'm sure you have your reasons, but I trust you. Okay?
I suppose I thank you for that. And you're right. Being here with him, with one of them,
It sets me off kilter.
Are you referring...
But I must endure it. For the sake of the star, for the sake of existence, I will endure it.
Well, at least you have a friend in your corner to help. Or at least if you want it.
I appreciate that.
Thank
I
you
suppose
for
it
your
is
help.
good to have friends.
Shake on it?
Reaches a creepy skeleton hand out.
It did not once bother her before. It doesn't bother her again. She's like, that's an interesting feeling. Friendship!
Yay!
Alright, as a lot of you prepare and regather with all your new spells and some more information, as you gather, Nyx also calls upon all of you to hear some information.
All of us are just Wenry and Canis.
Well, I get this does include Citra as well. I'm
Okay.
not sure if it would include Salazar, but Salazar is free to join. It's not a secret meeting. or
Okay.
anything.
It's a party meeting!
Secret meeting.
No secret meetings.
Secret
yeah.
ta-da! Secret meeting! Secret
Everyone
meeting!
except Salazar can come.
No.
Citra would be
snakes
against
allowed.
that.
None. No slithery serpents.
No. Next likes the serpent. No. Okay.
Next is Citra like the serpent. You cut that shit out.
Oh, speaking of which, during our downtime, I will recast Find Familiar.
Gasp.
Okay.
Snake like, what the fuck was that all about?
It just slithers out from behind your neck again.
Pretty
Good
snake
effort,
again.
buddy.
Just hissing in his ear. Hiss, 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 hiss. Give me
Yes.
a riot act.
Like,
I have a complaint to the higher manager. You an asshole.
I will be speaking to the Sealy court.
I mean, to be fair, the Fae hold grudges.
Your life will be left to tribunal.
Nyx would be happy to see the snake again. He's like, right, okay. So, last night I did manage to finally get in contact with Fuchsia. They have reported to me that everyone seemed to be okay. However, they are separated. And they don't know how the other half are doing. Sorry, Ray is forgetting the name.
Dagix.
Dagus, there you go.
Dag-X.
Dag-X.
There you go.
Dagus. Your wife and Arthur. Yeah, Arthur. That weird dude in all white. All are in the Unseelie court for some reason. Don't know why. Would love more information on that.
Would Canis know why?
But Fuchsia and Rudy and your son are all in the summer court, correct?
Summer?
The Sealy court.
The Sealy court, sorry.
Yeah,
The Sealy
that hasn't
court.
been broken up yet.
But they're generally, at this point, okay?
From as far as I can tell, they are okay. In my vision, did I see that they were dealing with some shenanigans there, similar to what we're dealing with, or no?
There have been some shenanigery that has been visible, but it was not really easily made out, considering, you know.
Right. It was just a vision, right? It was only
Yeah.
like a certain space so that I could see, right? I believe that they are dealing with something over there, but so far they are safe, from what I've been reported on.
Well, if the Nine Hells and Ecelium are dealing with this, I can only imagine the Fey realm was probably in a similar situation.
Right. But I am now more at ease knowing that they are alright, and I will be trying my best to keep contact with Fuchsia for as much as I possibly can.
Probably the best news we got. Like, Cetra's physically relieved.
Yeah, as is Wenry.
Fuchsia, at least, and your son are looking for ways to get out of the Fey realm. I did inform them of our current location, but not where we are bound to go after we finish in this current location. Hinting that Nyx is still keeping up with, like, making sure that she didn't break the contract.
The Feywild. Wonderful.
Yeah. Fucking bitch.
At least we know where they are now. Vaguely.
We know their plane of existence.
And we know they're alive.
Yes,
True.
they are all alive. I just hope the Unseelie Queen doesn't do any bullshit anymore right now. Can't deal with that right now, but I'm sure they're up to something. They pinch their brow, and I think that's all that Nyx's information got, or did I forget anything?
Yeah,
You're just not mentioning the whole talking about
Nope,
talking
Nyx is not gonna
what's his
mention
face.
that. Like, they are keeping that locked down for now. They're just like, I don't want to tell them that I'm having dreams of Roya. That's a little
Sus.
Why do you
You
have the
saw what
hots?
happened.
Why do you have the hots for my brother?
Okay, first off, he's really, really hot. Secondly, he came to me in a dream. I didn't go to him, alright?
Let's be honest here.
X to
Hold up. Before we start getting all judgy.
Judge
Like-
him a little.
just a little.
Yeah, just a bit.
It's like, I didn't
So
associate
reminding myself
that
of a
dream.
Hestia line.
Oh, no, I'm a judge.
Before everyone starts getting all judgy.
To be fair, he is pretty.
Don't get all judgy.
It's like, okay, he's very hot, but he came to me. I didn't go to him.
All right.
I thought I was gonna spy on him, but nope. He wanted to have a conversation with me. I don't know if you want to do an insight check to see if Nyx is like leaving out something, because Nyx was really fucking shaky in the morning.
Mine's base 18, and I think Canis is higher than I.
I mean, like, Nyx will actively try to.
No, if you're
Keep
not
that a
going to say
secret.
anything, Cetra's not
Yeah.
going to say anything.
Yeah, it's not within Wenry. She wouldn't want to do that.
Sounds good. So Nyx is not going to tell anybody about the Roya part. It's like, gasp! Oh man, I don't think I have. Let's see. Ooh. Wait, are you legitimately doing detect thoughts? Damn it!
Jesus. Salazar barely cares.
Okay, cool.
It's like, oh, the queen
No one
has been
cares until it
found?
becomes
Hooray.
relevant.
Yeah. With that being said, as you find yourselves quickly in front of Icelia as day fades into night, as she approaches all of you. Right. So, are we ready to move out?
I think we are.
I believe so.
I got multiple extra copies just in case. Pats her bag.
And she goes and she grabs a piece of parchment and she goes up to you, Canis, and hands it to you. His current location. Follow along the mountainside towards the north end of Elysium. And then hug it until you get towards the Crystal Tower.
Thank you.
Before you go, though, Canis, don't blame Bolaro for my decision. There's a reason why I didn't want you coming to my aid, and there's a reason why I prefer that you did not know about my death immediately. Given that you are currently at war with Valenston, and I was currently at war with Lycans, so... Much as I would have verily loved you to have shed some little tears, she kind of like pokes the side of your face a bit.
Right, she picked on him a lot. I forgot about that.
I just know that to take you away from more important matters would have been far too detrimental.
I know you're right. I can still be irritable about it.
At least be nice about it. And it kind of just taps the armor a bit. Right. Well, me and Azimuth go and make a distraction for all of you. You'll all be entering within the very lion's den. The home of the Dawn Father. And his most trusted subordinate.
Sounds like a joy.
Citra's just hiding behind Canis because that was a lot. And she's like, I'm sorry I made everyone uncomfortable.
Best of luck, all of you.
And to you.
And you see as she steps aside, as all of you go and start walking into the night. As you traverse throughout Elysium, you find yourselves making your way towards the Crystal Tower. With that, as the story begins to shift, Rollo time.
Rollo time.
It's Rollo time, baby.
It's always Rollo time,
It's
baby.
always Rollo time.
Oh, not that one.
Everything's coming up, Rolloy.
Ray, can you send me the name from Santide, the very specific one from Murad's thing?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh!
I know the
Hold
one.
on.
Oh no.
I know the
Yeah. I just need to borrow that name real quick.
The mom or the other thing?
The other thing.
Okay.
Oh, that thing. Okay, I get it.
Okay, I know what
Other
this
thing.
is.
I know what that thing is. Yay!
Rolloy.
Oh,
You, as you sail within the vast star system, as is taken several days, Alexander has just been a little bored. And kind of just, you two have been kind of just playing Dragon Chest, and every round has just gotten a little bit more interesting until the point is like, do you think we will ever find this void being?
Tough to say. I think eventually.
Yeah, it kind of just like places another piece down. Chick.
The Excelsian Switch. I'm familiar.
I have no idea what the Celsian is, but this is a bit more of a common move within the Citadel.
Whoa. So I'm dealing with the paltry machinations then. Well, let's see how you handle this.
You kick off a piece and then you put him straight into check.
Ha!
Did you Not sure if I have any moves left. And you see as he's kind of just like popping the leg up and down, like he's just kind of shaking it as he's kind of thinking real hard. Why can't I ever beat you?
Time.
Rolloy turns to the camera. He's been eating the pieces while he wasn't looking.
As a goat, that fits.
I was gonna say something about him being like intelligence 22 or something, but no.
Oh yeah, that also probably plays an important role in this.
It's strategic eating.
That is his strategy. Just eat the pieces when he's not looking. He
Khan's
can't
not
beat
around
me.
Khan's not around to smack him upside the head to spit it out anymore, so he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah. Bah. I'm going to go take poop. Don't touch pieces. As he goes and stands up, you can hear the metal creak with that leg and arm as he goes walking off, as you just stare into the astral a bit.
Can't imagine taking your pants off with a metal leg is very easy. Is it, Universe?
And as you say that, you begin to hear a faint rumble.
Damn, he's really going for it in there.
As you see as the pieces of the chessboard actually begin to shake and fall off the side of one of the crates as it and as you see is kind of just like Hornsby as he comes flying down as he is squawking straight into your face.
What? Hornsby? Wait, has he been here this whole time?
Yes.
Yes, he has been there
Okay.
the whole time.
Hornsby? What's up, dude? What's going on?
Is kind of just like flapping and kind of just looking out into the astral as you notice that there is a section of stars that is missing in a perfect circle.
What's that, boy? The Void Beast fell in the black hole.
And
I love this.
as you hear rumbling out this sound, oh boy.
Oh boy.
I know Alexander's.
Your coming was
Not right now.
foretold.
Oh, there was more. Yeah! You betcha! What now?
As you see as two little sparks in that perfect black void kind of just open. You come with something. I need something in return. Son of Adonis, father of Ender.
Rolloy doesn't know about this, does he?
Nope.
No, he does not. And that's
What?
how you get this feeling.
This is how I find out?
You kind of immediately went to space after finding out you could go there. And so
That wasn't my fault either.
He went to space on accident.
Oh, this is great.
Could you repeat that?
I want something in return.
No, the last part. The last part.
Father of Ender?
Question mark?
Ender. When did... Oh no.
This fucking void being is having a fucking conundrum with you.
Marad is going to kill me.
Oh, he already knows.
Marad knew. Cotton knows, technically. You don't.
Ender. Oh. Alright. What do you need? Alexander! Quit pooping! Development's happening! Pull your pants up, man!
Of course it is.
I know Discord isn't catching it, but I am wheezing. I love Rolloy so much.
As you can feel almost as if there's this encapsulation around the ship as you see as stars beginning to fade in this veil that is beginning to wrap around the ship.
Oh boy.
I want something you would give. Something you have given.
Could you stop speaking cryptic, right?
And what would that be? My brain's going to a few places. I know you're not talking about one of them. So if we could deal in something a bit more,
brother, I swear.
Jesus Christ.
Listen, you're the one who unleashed him across the multiverse.
I know, right?
I did.
Fuck.
If you could be a little more specific, maybe we could find some common ground here. What's your name, by the way? You seem to know a lot about me. You've got me at a disadvantage here.
As you see, almost as if like this distilled blackness begins to descend onto the ship, and
Okay.
it begins to form in this humanoid-like figure. I want a path. One that I know you have burned before. One that allowed you to survive.
Oh, how things
Yeah,
are at the end of
about
the
that.
fight.
I'm not sure how to interact with timelines that have been destroyed.
All it does is prevent certain certainties. I've done it before with kinds of your realm. Perhaps you know them. The Dante.
Oh.
I think I've heard that name before.
You are mildly aware of a Dante offhand by Alois. You're also mildly aware that Dante also bears the last name of Ishgari, which is a man that you had met way early on in Santai.
Oh yeah, way during the beginning.
Yep. So see red hair man.
You kicked his ass.
We did in Black Archives. Not with Roy.
But he helped us kick ass in Santai.
I threw so many fireballs on him.
Pew pew.
So you want to access this timeline that was burned. And you say you've done this before.
Yes.
And the last time I burned a timeline, a guess, fragment of possibility. It prevented me from dying.
Yes. A temporary measure, a modicum of control for time is a certain delight. It is a fresh of breath air, a cool drink in a warm place. It is meat ever so tender.
Alright. No need to get weird about it.
Just the man who makes it.
Who is he even speaking to? What is this?
So, you want me to give you a fragment of possibility, then? Is that it?
Yes.
I guess my question is, what do I get?
You get exactly what it is you came here for. As you see, as kind of the hand waves, it's the scroll of this information that was provided. I can read it. I remember when it was first written, when it was given form.
Oh, the scroll. Oh.
It is not the one that you're thinking of.
Oh,
it's
okay,
the
I
one
was
that
like,
was
how?
given to. It was given to Rolloy as a gift as part of his
other
research.
Scroll.
Got it. Okay, I was like, doesn't Winry have that other one?
Not Cusco's poison.
Yeah.
Cusco's poison. The poison of Cusco. That
It's all coming together.
Oh, yeah.
I understand that your realm, your star, is threatened by the Dreadnought. What delicious void they provide me.
So this scroll he's talking about.
Yeah. It has certain information that can help as far as you are aware with what's happening back at Earthseheimel. It's information that he would be able to provide to you, but the cost is unknowable.
And I haven't been able to translate it as of yet, correct?
Nope. Only those capable of much older than primordial can read.
He sort of taps his chin a moment. Sort of look to the bathroom.
As you look back, you can still see, kind of hanging there in midair, is a Hornsby, as the door is barely creaked open, and a half-pantsed Alexander, as he's pulling it up, is frozen in time.
Damn. Did he give his name yet?
He is the Void.
Oh, so it is the being he's looking for.
The void. The void.
Whoa. Whoa.
Where's the road?
Well, we have been sort of looking for you. And we have been needing to translate this.
Rolloy pulls a gold piece out of his pocket. Flicks it. Catches it. Fuck it. Let's play ball.
As he extends this pure dark hand out towards you, almost as if to shake it.
Put her there, pal.
And as you
Grabs it.
grab hold of cold, lifeless antimatter as it draws a path out of you, this fragment of possibility out of you, as it then provides you with a gift. The ability to read that is older, and the ability to understand a language that has been lost, that is unknown to Erdseheimel. A language of the gods, a language of the void. As holding up this small spark of possibility, as he grips it. Then it is up to you.
Oh.
Best of luck, son of Adonis, father of Ender.
So yeah, when did that happen?
I think it was sometime around last year.
No one told me?
Con's just like, we haven't found you, dude.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
You see, as the form begins to repel back up into this inky void, as you begin to see as it begins to pull away from the ship out, and you hear as the voice becomes deeper again. Goodbye.
Bye.
May we never meet again.
Eddie. Sorry.
Jeez. I mean, I thought you were pretty pleasant to talk to, but alright. Bye.
As such, you are now privy to the information that is within this scroll. And
alright, let's see what we're working with.
It's just the lyrics to Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas Is You.
No, it's Wonderwall.
Skippity dop dop, yes, yes? What is that?
Also, another thought comes to mind, Role. This is the same language that was in that Scroll of the Gods.
The one that we failed to translate.
And with
You need to
that,
find Wenry's stat!
and with that, is where we're going to go ahead and leave today's episode.
Yay! Roloi is a fucking gem.
What a menace.
Stop
I love
pooping
it.
and get out here.
Hurry up in there. I've got a shit.
Now I have to shit.
Pinch it off.
Alrighty.
And so help me if I shit my pants.
D6, everybody.
Yay.
Alrighty. Oh, golly. Okay.
What a really
The
nice
wizard
episode.
shits his pants and casts prestidigitation. I have self-respect, damn it.
You say that as if you have experience in the matter.
He does.
With shitting? I think a lot of people do.
I hope so.
With shitting your pants and cleaning it with magic, you simpleton.
I can't wait for these two to fucking meet. Holy shit.
The fucking juxtaposition of crazy time wizard versus angry necromancer.
I can't believe Nex saw Roya in her sleep and Canis
I
sees
know,
Roy
right?
in his sleep.
Fuck.
Oh,
I'm
God.
really
Breathing.
How did I get here?
begging you for having to have Roloi meet this team because it's going to be absolutely bonkers.
The juxtaposition of playing Salazar, who is no nonsense, and then playing Roloi,
Who's a
who is
cartoon
all
character.
nothing but
nonsense.
nonsense. It's
Fucking
so
cartoon
good.
character.
He is.
He is.
He's great.
That's why we love him so
He
much.
may or may not
God.
be insane.
Oh boy, so many plans for Rolla
That
in
is
the
the
future.
man Cotton has assumed as her brother at this point, so it is what it is.
Yeah. Crazy Uncle Rolla. All right, so with that being said, we're going to go ahead and jump on into some quick personal announcements, and then we're going to go ahead and head on off because Connor's got somewhere to be. So first and foremost, as I've said before, we are going to be taking a break. We're on winter break right now by the time this episode comes out. So we will not be releasing any episodes until January, which then we will be back. And we'll be also more than likely having a special guest next episode. So hopefully... Yeah, so hopefully you guys look forward to that. It's a wild ride. The other thing, I am probably going to be able to release one of my last 2 videos for this year over on the main Yaroshian channel. I'm really looking forward to it. It's a wild and crazy deep dive of Final Fantasy and also some isekai conversation stuff. So yeah. And also, I am going to be doing some live streaming once the new year begins. I have a very interesting introduction in mind for next year's live streaming stuff that's going to be happening, and I'm really looking forward to it. I just need to get some last few bits set up and then move on from there. So that being said, I don't got any more. So Connor, how you now?
Me?
You!
Well, they can find me on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Tumblr, Blue Sky, at Distortion Devil, Instagram at Connor McKinley VA. And you can catch my TTRPG content over on youtube.com/Devils and Dice Rolls. Where I will be starting Vecna, Eve of Ruin. A playthrough of that campaign very, very soon here. And I hope everybody's looking forward to it. I'm very excited to run a long-form D&D campaign for the first time.
Yeah. You got this.
And it's going to be a level 3 to 20 adventure.
Oh, whoa. Good luck, soldier.
Hey, if you ever need some special guests, you have a whole bunch of people here who would love to
Until you're 90.
Until you're 90.
Until you're 90.
But that's about it for me.
All right. Blue, how you now?
Blue.
Hi, it's Blue. Blue Kazanata. You can find me just about everywhere. Though I will warning by now, if you're looking at my Twitter, yes, all of my art pieces have been destroyed from there because I'm no longer posting my art to Twitter. So if you want to see that, you're going to need to go over to either Blue Sky under this name or Tumblr, which is actually under 2 different names, but Blue Kazanate is part of it, so you'll find it easy there. I've also been streaming my art, though I cannot stream a lot of the D6 stuff because spoilers. Otherwise, that's all I've really been doing is just arting and getting stuff done for D6 and some other things for Aaron as best I can. And that's all I really can do at this point, so I'm gonna toss it over to Mal.
Huh?
Wake up, Grandpa!
I'm not that old yet, god damn it.
No, I'm probably older than you, I'm sure.
Wake up, Gabby!
Anyway, I don't really have any personal stuff to announce, but you can find my Twitch, Twitter, and Blue Sky at Sir Malric, where I'll be posting art on Blue Sky, but not on Twitter.
Because fuck Twitter.
So, yeah, because fuck Twitter. But that's all I got. Off to you, Tara.
Speaking of fuck Twitter, I am making the official transition to Blue Sky.
Hell yeah!
Please find me on Blue Sky at Tara Corbin VO. .bsky.social. Fuck Twitter, fuck Elon, I'm saying it.
Yeah!
Yeah, we're all saying it.
Yeah.
And fuck Cybertrucks. They don't they're not good trucks.
They're death
fucking
traps.
ugly.
We have so
Yeah.
many of them. We have so many of them around here.
Raccoons thinks they're dumpsters.
Yeah, like I see like mobile dumpsters rolling around everywhere. They're like fucking 7,000 pounds, and like they can't even get out
They
of
are
snow.
everywhere in Florida.
Yarrow, the latest reason for why they got recalled is because the rear view camera lags when the car's in reverse.
Oh my god!
Yeah. It's a death trap. Anyway.
Fascinating.
Continue, Tara.
Well, anyway. That's basically it. Fuck Twitter, fuck Elon. Follow me on Blue Sky.
Yeah. To which everybody's Blue Sky links are down below in the description. I cannot stress that enough. All of our socials are down below.
Yeah.
All right.
It's your turn, Ray.
Yay! Hi, I'm Ray, also known as Key Ink and Calligraphy Ink on Blue Sky and various other platforms such as Tumblr as well, but I forget to go on there, and I don't post on Instagram either, but I'm there if you want to follow me. I don't know. I'm there. It doesn't mean you're gonna get much, but I'm there.
Fair enough.
Let's see. Been working on some D6 artwork, as well as catching up on commissions. I will be AFK during the Friends Give Miss Holiday thingy mabobber that I'm going to be hanging out with my friends. And let's see. I think that's it for me. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. All right. On to you, Kendra.
Alright, well, hi everybody. My name is Kendra, or Transient Day. I used to be all around the internet, but I've been procedurally kind of just narrowing down to where I'm actually going to be active. So, yeah, I'm no longer on Twitter. I've deleted my Facebook, I've deleted Instagram. I'm basically just on, like, Tumblr and Blue Sky at this point. So, you can find me there, under the same name, Transient Day. And, by the way, I also am in charge of the D6 TikToks, so hopefully by this point we're getting some things uploaded, or getting things ready to be uploaded. I am waiting for Aaron's cue to be able to drop some stuff. But yeah, aside from that, if you go to D6EOE on TikTok, you can comment, ask a question. I might be able to get you an answer. It may not be the most specific one, just because I like keeping the mystery as much as Aaron does, so...
No spoilers.
I'll just say it the way Alois would.
There you go. So yeah,
all right.
Find us over on TikTok, D6EOE. Leave a comment, like, subscribe, follow, whatever. I don't know.
You got it.
Alrighty, sounds good. All right. And last but not least, as always, thank you to our sponsor, Amira Labs. Please go check out the link down below. And with that being said, thank you all so much for hanging out with us and for spending time with us. We hope you stay safe out there. We love you. And as always, see you next Sunday. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.